This live coverage of the Alabama Bass Trail 100 Series has been presented by Amherst Credit Union and is sponsored by Phoenix Boats, Landers McClarty Chevrolet, McGraw-Webb Chevrolet, Jax, Garmin, Rapala, VMC, Crush City, Pro Guide Batteries, Mountain Dew, DH Marine, American Baitworks, and Sweet Home Alabama.
Welcome to the Alabama Bass Trail 100, stop number 2, Weiss Lake. 100 teams out on the water this morning going after that $100,000 cash. Going to be given away this afternoon a little after 2:30. That's what time weigh-in starts. We're going to get out to Luke and let him get everything kicked off as we always do. Give you a great introduction and get you, let's get going live. Let's go, Luke.
Good morning, friends and neighbors, and welcome to stop number 2 of the Alabama Bass Trail 100 Series here on the beautiful Coosa River, Weiss Lake from Leesburg Landing. Somebody's going home with $25,000 plus this afternoon here at Leesburg Landing. We know these Coosa River bass are biting. We're going to kick things off just like we do at each and every Alabama Bass Trail by honoring this great nation with the playing of our national anthem. Alabama Bass Trail 100 presented by Phoenix Boats, a mix of pro.
Guys, we'll be right back with Luke. He's having a technical issue with his camera, but he will begin blast off. They will blast off boats 1 through 100. I'm going to talk a little bit about some of the teams that you're going to see here that you see on some of the bigger stages in bass fishing. You have the current reigning Bassmaster Classic champion, Justin Hamner. He went wire to wire back in March to bring home to Alabama that Bassmaster Classic trophy, as well as a former Bassmaster Elite Series Angler of the Year, Scott Canterbury, going out boat number 7 today. We're going to chase him and get hopefully live on him right away. You also have Bassmaster Elite Series Angler Wes Logan and his dad fishing. Newcomer to the Bassmaster Elite Series, but no newcomer to you here on the Alabama Bass Trail. Wesley Gore is also here fishing with us today. Former Boris Wood Cup champion, former ABT angler Justin Atkins fishing with Kyle Dorsett today. And by the way, happy birthday, Kyle. It is his birthday today. So we've got a number of big names out here fishing this event today. So we're going to hopefully get Luke's camera back up. As you can see, that is a drone shot of the 411 bridge. We always blast off just north of the 411 bridge there. Current temperatures outside is 66 degrees. Water temp is around that 80-degree mark, depending on where you fish on Weiss Lake. 30,000 acres is what is your surface area of Weiss Lake. It stretches 447 miles of shoreline and just over 52 miles long. So you're seeing a drone shot there of, I think, decks and docks in the background, and the guys are getting off and running early this morning. We've got overcast skies, 65% chance of rain right now at this hour, 35 to 40% chance of rain throughout the day. So not going to get very hot today. It's going to stay around that 71, 72 degrees today, which is not common for us in June, but rain, of course, is always common on the Alabama Bass Trail. I'm not sure what boat Luke is on. I cannot hear him in my ear, so I'm not sure that he's on comms, but hopefully we'll have his camera hooked back up here in just a little bit. I do want to say thank you to the great folks at the Cherokee County Chamber of Commerce for being our host this week. The town of Leesburg, the Leesburg Landing, one of the finest boat ramps facilities in the state of Alabama. Fairly new. It's been about 5 years, but we're going to get back out on the boat with Luke and go ahead and let you hear the remaining boats that we have left to blast off.
Justin West, Cody Vickery. Boat 27, Gary Thompson and Chris Dunn. Boat 28, those Seaborns, Benji and Dustin. Boat number 29, James Swindle and Paul Ernest. Boat number 30, representing Lawrence County, Tennessee, Jason Smith and Jason Niederkasess. Boat 31, Thomas Roach and Kevin Williams. Boat number 32, and always a threat, David Pear and Jimmy Mason. Boat 33, Shane and James Mears. Boat 34, we have LJ Brown and Rodney Isbell. Boat 35, the Dukes boys, Philip and Bailey Dukes. Boat number 36, Daryl and Tammy Eichner. 37, James Scott and Brian Meadows. Boat 38, Brandon Wright and Josh Teat. Boat 39, Tim Bennigan, Tony Campbell. Boat number 40, Cody Lackey and Ryan Allard. Boat number 41, Tim and Travis Daly. Boat number 42, Brian Adamson, Ryan Lloyd. Boat 43, Mike Hood and Adam Lynn. Boat 44, Sam Long, Jason Atkins. Boat 45, Jace Thompson and Thomas Eden. Boat 46, Jimmy Whaley, Terry Adams. Boat 47, Andy Chappell, Johnny McCombs. Boat 48, Tom Frink and Brian Talmadge. Boat 49, Hunter Hayes and Alex Alford. Boat number 50, ABT, Chams Kelly J and Lanier Burton. Boat 51, Tom McLemore and Greg Holmes. Boat 52, the best bowlers in the field, Nolan and Robbie Spencer. Boat 53, Rusty White Jr. and Brian Elder, winners of an ABT 100 Lake Wedowee last season. Boat 54, Bradley Williams and Jeff Weaver. Going out boat 55, Chris Colley and Adam Bain. Boat 56, Chad Hall and Clint Nail. Boat 57, Justin Lane and Luke Mason. Going out boat 58, the Pride of Southern Middle Tennessee, Troy Simbeck, Terry McCormick. Going out boat 59, going to check on his pets, Lee Pitts and Steve Engel. Boat number 60, Bradley Jones and Brooks Goza. Boat 61, Glenn Ingram and Randy Hobbs. Boat number 62, Chris and Justin Walton. Boat 63, Eric White and Eddie Jewell. Boat number 64, Randy Talbert Jr. and Eric Morris. Going out 65, Michael Stevens Jr. and Kelly Treese. Boat 66, Ronnie Ray and Danny Cotney. Boat 67, a former ABT 100 champion, and he won the biggest tournament in bass fishing. Waylon Mullis and Justin Hamner, your 2024 Bassmaster Classic champ. Boat number 68, one half of the 2023 ABT North Angler of the Year team, John Kellett, going out with Robert Story. Boat number 69, Bill Mayo and Matt Mabry. Boat number 70, Andrew Feltman and Ryan Arnold. Boat 71, Brett Harp and Ricky Harp. Boat 72, Travis Clemens, Ricky Clemens. Boat number 73, Timothy Baker, Jason Wisenant. Going out boat 74, Lucas Black, Slick Jones. Good luck today, guys. Boat number 75, Chris Carton and Will Shellyak. Boat number 76, Charles Cummings and Dylan Green. Boat 77, Alan Glasgow and George Crane. Boat 78, one half of the ABT 100 Angler of the Year team, Derek Hicks and the spinnerbait kid himself, Alex Davis. Boat 79, Lynn Johnson and Andrew Johnson. Boat number 80, Rob Lee and Steve Winslet, always a threat. Boat number 81, second place in the Snow Bowl at Logan Martin, Zeke Gossett and Ethan King. Boat number 82, Brett Harrell and Andrew Maddox. Boat 83, Bassmaster Elite Series champ, Wes Logan and Doug Logan. Boat 84, Harry Payton and Harry Payton II. Boat 85, Team Bait Fuel, Walt Roberts, Robert Greenberg. Boat number 86, Danny Shale and John Dalton Miller. Boat 87, Caden Sinclair and Logan Shaddix. Boat number 88, we have Brian Stifler and Wesley Gore, currently top 10 in the Bassmaster Elite Series Angler of the Year race. Boat number 89, Damian Willis and Mark Stewart. Boat number 90, ABT 100 champs from Lake Jordan, Ken Walters and Dallas Weldon. Boat number 91, MPFL Pro Thomas Shelton and Matt Adams. Boat number 92, Terry Mann and Terry Pryor. Boat number 93, winners of the Snow Bowl, ABT 100, Logan Martin, Jed Lamb, and Andrew Loberg. Good luck today, boys. Boat number 94, Andy Kilgore and Daniel Law. Boat number 95, Mike and James Garrett. Boat number 96, Brent Crow. Just get here when you can, Brent. Brent Crow. Right there, boat 96. Boat 97, Team LOB, trying not to get DQ'd, Sam George and Trey Swindle. Are they even here? Nobody knows. Probably not. Boat 98, David Campbell and Josh Porter. Boat number 99, Michael Geiger, Jake Aiken. And last but not least, boat 100, Zach Hester and Hunter Billingsley. And I believe Darian has already caught up with a team out on the water. Darian, take it away. Buck and Amanda just got here, Darian.
Well, welcome everybody to the ABT 100 on Weiss. It is. It looks like we might have a little rain today. Low clouds. We got a little drizzle already this morning. No big drops yet, but it's definitely a drizzling. And look, the interesting thing about the ABT 100s is there's only 100 guys, and they're fishing for $25,000 first place, plus the contingency money that they may be eligible for. So, big payday for a one-day event. For most of these guys, I don't know all of them, but for most of these guys, it's within a drive of their house. You could wake up in the morning and come straight to this event. So. Obviously these guys have been putting in a lot of time in practice. The different thing about the ABT 100s than the regular season events that we have, the regular Alabama Bass Trail with 225 boats, is there's only 100. So you don't have, these guys are all practicing. They're all going to fish. They're all starting on the best spots. And in the regular ABT trail, it's a lot more of, there's a lot of people fishing, obviously, and the odds of someone having to work during practice and not be able to go practice, the odds are higher because there's more people fishing. So a lot of times in that regular ABT, you'll see some folks start right around the ramp just to, man, we don't have anything because we didn't get to practice, so we're just going to start right here. And often it's a good game plan. Just start fishing and put something together as you go throughout the morning. But in the 100s, there's a bigger purse. And there's a lot more at stake. We're starting here on Scott Canterbury, boat number 7, and today he's fishing with Terry Stevens, and I hear Luke Duncan yelling at us both in the background, but he just turned around and hollered. We didn't have a good practice. If you're new watching in with us, if this is your first ABT 100 event, the cool thing about this one is we do allow pro anglers to fish these events. You're one pro angler and one, I'm going to say the word amateur angler, but that's definitely just a title for these guys. They're certainly much better than you would consider to be an amateur. But Scott Canterbury on the front is obviously a longtime touring pro, fishes the Bassmaster Elite Series now. Terry Stevens is partner in the back of the boat, and we've got several Elite Series anglers, touring pro anglers of different tours. So this is an event where all the guys always talk about, man, I wish I could, fish against some of those guys on my home lake and see if I could beat them. Well, this is an event where you can put your money where your mouth is on those kind of deals and show up and fish against some of the pros. And the same goes for these guys. A lot of times they talk about coming straight from an event. Obviously they're traveling all year long, and they'll come straight from these events and practice for a day and get to fish these. So it's cool to see how they break down, even though they are pro anglers, they don't get to spend as much time back fishing at home as they used to, and they talk about that a lot. So these are a cool time for them to be able to put a little money in, fish for $25,000, and get to fish against some of the guys they grew up fishing against and fish back home.
Tough. Been a pretty tough practice, really. But got here the other night and a lot of current right there, and I did catch a pretty decent fish. So we just gave it a shot. Now we're gonna go shallow the rest of the day.
Rest of the day, huh?
Yep.
So if they were still piled up there like you found them, that'd have been a good start. But
yeah, we just thought we'd take a chance on it.
Yeah.
It was worth a shot anyway.
You've talked about it before, Scott, but something I just mentioned is like y'all, obviously you grew up fishing against a bunch of these guys, and you don't get to really do it much anymore. Talk about that just a little bit with the ABT 100.
Yeah, man, the ABT, this is a great tournament trail. I mean, the Alabama Bass Trail puts on one of the best, trails there is for just local anglers in the state, and then they have the ABT 100, which we've enjoyed fishing it. Terry and I's fished it since the beginning, and it's just, for me, it gives me an opportunity to get out here and fish with my buddies that I grew up fishing with, and for fishing with friends like Terry. So it's something that we love doing, and thankful for the Alabama Bass Trail to have a tournament like this, that you have a chance to win. I mean, $25,000, $30,000, $35,000 with contingency. So, we really enjoy it. Look forward to it every year, and ready to sign up for next year now.
Yeah, man. Good job. Go catch them. We'll try to catch up with y'all here in a little while.
Oh, you're good. Yeah, it's been tough on us. We're going to catch some fish, but it's been tough.
Yeah. Well, Canterbury's going to take off running to some shallow fish. Miss Kay, it sounds like you are, Miss Kay's set up in studio. It's getting a little drizzle out here, Miss Kay, so I hope you're enjoying the studio this morning. I hope it doesn't get any harder rain than this, because that'll be annoying.
It'll be annoying. I mean, it won't necessarily be like what we had at Neely Henry, thank goodness. But we talked to Scott about being able to fish the Alabama Bass Trail 100. He talked about he's fished it since day one and ready to sign up for next year. Funny thing is, today's the first day of registration for those guys. So they've got 10 days to register, and we're going to talk about that in just a little bit. But pretty cool to be able to get out there and cover someone like Scott Canterbury, former Bassmaster Elite Series Angler of the Year.
Yep, for sure. And you can see, I mean, the fire's in his eyes. It's fun, like, it's cool even in a one-day, I would call this a small event for him. Obviously, it is compared to what he fishes, but the fire's in his eyes, and you can see, like, they're small talking about where they're going. As soon as, while they were just idling by us, I heard them talking about where they're going to this creek, and then they're going to run back down the lake. But the fire's in their eyes, like you said, $25,000 is a lot of money, plus the contingency. I honestly didn't realize the purse was that high, and that's a lot of money for first place for a 100 team. It almost feels like a club tournament in a way. It's obviously it's a bigger, more organized event, but it has that feel of a club tournament where the guys can, you know, in the ABTs there's so many boats and you can't really talk to everyone, but this morning we were around the bridge right here and all 100 boats were pretty close to being under the bridge, and so many guys talking, and just it feels like a huge pretty club tournament, and it's a really cool environment. That's what he said. You get to talk to some of the guys you grew up with and fish against his buddies, and really cool environment.
Cool. Well, We're going to go ahead and let you get going and bring Jason in. I think he is with the reigning 2024 Bassmaster Classic winner, Mr. Justin Hamner. So, Jason, talk to us. Who you got on camera right there?
Yes, Miss Kay, it is the Bassmaster Classic champion, but I mean, I won't say more importantly, but pretty cool. He also won the ABT 100 on Pickwick in 2022. So it's Justin Hamler and Waylon Mullis here. We just kind of made a quick little run to come right here to the bridge, and these guys are quickly went to work. I ran across this lake pretty quick this morning. It's pretty easy to get here. The rain is about to start coming in. I don't think these guys are scared of the rain today. They kind of want it, maybe. You know, we'll say this a couple times today. There was a tournament here earlier this week. Had some major thunderstorms right before it, and for that first hour and a half right after those thunderstorms, the fish really bit good. So kind of looking to repeat some of that today. So it's going to be a good day. Lots of overcast right now. Trying to stay back from these guys just a little bit. Oh, swing and a miss right there. Give these guys a chance to kind of break down their water and start. I don't want to just run in there on them this morning, and I want to get that first bite in the boat for sure. It is only 100 boats today. Really gives guys a lot more water to fish. Helps us spread out on this lake, so it'll be tough for some of us to get on all of them, but we're going to get on as many of them as we can. We got some trackers out today to help us find them. So if you're just tuning in this morning, it is the ABT 100 from Weiss Lake. All 100 boats are already out this morning. I know Luke was calling blast off early, and as we were still running, he got to boat 100. So it's good morning this morning. Justin Hamner fishing here, ABT guy, but also Bassmaster Elite Series angler, classic champ, ABT champ. You're going to see today in the field there are lots of champions, lots of classic contenders, ABT former winners. These guys just kind of working this point right here at the bridge. Yeah, throwing right at the point there. We won't get too close this morning, just till we figure out what they're doing. I don't for sure want to mess up their area in any way. Another fisherman on the bridge up there coming to join us, I guess. I'm back up here, cameraman. I'm going to give you a quick turn, and we're going to get over there closer to them, because they're going to pass that island, and we're not going to get them. So we got 3 cameras out on the water covering live today. I know Luke is headed down to the new lake area once he gets back to his boat. Darian's already out on the water bouncing around, was on Canterbury earlier. Hopefully we can bring some good fish catches today. This area of the lake, I would kind of almost call this kind of the midway point, because from here you can go back towards takeoff, and there's a huge lake here back to our right of your camera now. So this island, this long point with this bridge really, from here go back to takeoff, major big lake right here. On the left side here, it kind of begins to go up into the river. So it makes a big horseshoe bend right here just to the left of us, and then it starts heading up the river towards the Georgia area, Georgia line. And then going back to the right, back past takeoff is the New Lake area where Luke is headed. So we're kind of spread out over to the lake today. Kind of off to a quiet morning. A couple boats around in the area fishing that I can see from where we are. Well, Justin, I guess by now you're used to a camera being over your shoulder all the time.
Yeah, I guess. I don't know if I'll ever be
Yeah.
completely used to it.
Tell us what your kind of game plan is in this area.
It's all really current generated, and they're supposed to turn on one at 5. Started up here yet. We're planning on just stopping right here, get a quick limit of 3 pounds.
That's kind of the goal today, is to get some of those three-pound spots, right?
Yeah, this is pretty tough right now, for sure. But I mean, like that grass fight's been so bad, but with this weather today, it's liable to show out a little bit. It's been just high bluebird skies and sunny. Yeah, whenever that current starts going, we'll go back in. Get decent in a hurry.
I mean, you fished all over. What's it like coming back to fish the ABT 100s?
Oh, it's fun.
That's what I was about to say. This is a little different today, right?
Laid back. A lot more fun. I mean, it's a good time.
I mean, you pretty much had guys coming through the line high-fiving you this morning, and, you know, good to see you back, and, you know, fishing with your old buddies.
Yeah, that's what I think the funnest part about all this is just, you know, hanging out at the house, good group of guys, staying with the guys at American Bait Works. So
Yeah.
it's just a good time, drilling out steak, talking about
I mean, you still count the ABT 100 win a pretty big win, right? I mean,
Oh, heck yeah.
I mean, I know you won the Classic, but come on.
That's $25,000.
Yeah.
It's just not that high stakes livelihood on the line.
Yeah, I got you. as you heard Justin say, they're really just trying to catch a limit here real quick. Was hoping for some current. Should have started generating some current this morning about 5, and you know, it really hasn't cut on yet to an extent. So once that current kind of comes on, it does kind of bottleneck right through here and give them, you know, a little more current flow than maybe somewhere else on the lake would be. And really going after those 3-pound spots today. Largemouth are oh, we're gonna miss back there. Oh, hooked up on a nice probably rock. As I was saying, the 3-pound spots is kind of what they're really going for today, and they've got largemouth mixed in here. So if you can catch maybe 3-pound spots and then team them up with some bigger largemouth, you could be quickly on that way to having a really good bag. I mean, teams are predicting today it could be 18 to 20 pounds. Some teams have even said over 20 pounds wouldn't surprise them based on the weather. And they were saying if we had some storms, had this cloud cover like we have right now, that could really help make this lake come on fire. As Justin was just saying, you know, it's been bluebird skies all week, and that's really made the grass bite tough. So with this cloud cover today, could turn the grass bite back on. And all guys know with, okay, he said he's gonna hit that point and then move. All that grass bite could really be good today, and that would give guys a chance to catch some spots and then be able to catch the largemouth after that to get there quickly on their way to that 18 pounds. Darian, I think you're on another team right now. What you got going on your end of the lake? Where are you on the lake?
Brian, I'm right above the canal, kind of like pretty close to takeoff, a couple creeks up in your direction, but just only maybe a half mile or so up. But Brian Stifler, Wesley Gore, obviously these guys are fished the ABT together, the regular and the 100s for a long time, and Wesley qualified for the elites, and now he's I'd say he's in the big leagues, but he's not, you know, I mean, I just think these are so cool. He's in the big leagues, but he's not too big to come fish the ABT 100. Like, this is an awesome event. They know it. I bet they look forward to these just as much as a big event on their schedule, just because they can get back home and get to fish against the guys they grew up with. But they've kind of been hauling it really fast on the trolling motor, and then just get back to this one little area and slowed way, way down. So I guess this is probably the goods. Just got back to some little grass flat back here in the very back of this creek. Looks like we're going with the double frog approach. Y'all can see where these guys are going to. It's really shallow, and there's kind of the grass patch that they're throwing out on the right, and the bank grass is on the left. I'm not going to follow them in there, so y'all will have to stay out here for a little while. It's really, really shallow. You can see he's got his engine kicked up, and he's got his trolling motor lifted as high as it'll go. I don't want to follow those guys in there just because there's so much fishing back there. I don't want to mess anything up. When they go in, they're probably going to turn around and come back out and fish their way back out. So we'll stick out here. There's also a little brush over here. Kenny, to the right, you can see these little posts. And I guarantee you they're going to at least flip a jig in that a couple times before they leave, so I'm not going to get close. There's just a lot of fishy stuff in this area, and they're going with a double popping frog. Listen, I've never in my life seen a boat go as fast on a trolling motor as they did covering the bank back here, and then they got to this and put the brakes on. So they fished a real long grass stretch when we were coming in, and now they're just way back in this pocket, fishing in the dirt. I mean, their trolling motor's kicking up mud, and the big engine, you can, as the prop spins on the big engine, you can see it's turning up mud too. They got a mud trail going back there. Jason, I'm hearing through the comms you got a fish on.
Yeah, not necessarily what we're looking for though. One of those white bass, it looked like, so not necessarily what we're looking for. It is a sign that there's some fish in the area though. And kind of slip back around to this point right here to try to work it one more time. They're waiting for that current to kind of come through here. It hasn't really shown up yet. This water's just really calm and still after all the boat traffic kind of came through here.
Jason, how many boats actually went up that far and went underneath the bridge and kept running?
You know, we took out boat 67, so about half the field we didn't get to see, but I look around there on the tracker. There are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. There are at least 10 just in our tracker list already past this size of the bridge.
Wow.
So if you take that as an average, there's probably, you know, it'd be half the field on this side of the bridge. I know a lot of guys are going to make that run up the river at some point too.
Yeah, we started on Canterbury actually in the canal, and there was only, I tried to keep count. I think there was maybe five boats. It was very few that actually went down the canal to the new lake, which was interesting to me. But I remember one time, Jason, just talking about history of this lake on the ABT. There was a year that when we fished the regular ABTs on Weiss, this lake's such a pattern lake in ways. We ran all the way up the river, and when we made our way back down, we noticed that up there were tons of boats, way more than normal, where you're at to kind of where it starts bottlenecking down to the actual river. And all that hard wood out on the river, there's, you know, the river channel comes up and it's flat on top, and there's these really big trees, and every one of those trees there was a boat on, and that was the pattern. Me and Houston actually missed it, but that event was one up there, just flipping that hardwood right on the main lake. But interesting, I thought you were saying, oh, because there's a fish catch. It's just interesting, this lake patterns so well, and when something like that's going on, especially up on that end of the lake, truly every one of those, you know, those big trees in the lake, there'll be somebody on every one of them, and really, really goes down over there.
Yeah, it really is, and you know, we've seen that year after year. I know our championship was here last year, and it kind of was that same deal. The water was down a little bit, but guys were up in the river and fishing those big laydowns, and like you said, there was a boat on every single one of them, and guys were catching fish on every single one of them. So those fish really do get up in the river and just stack up in there. But also the same kind of thing here could be, you know, once this grass bite gets going today, some of those guys that really know how to break down grass well can really jump grass bed to grass bed to grass bed and really pattern the same kind of way. You know, in the area, in the lake that we're now in, this side of the lake kind of fishes that way, you know, just grass and docks.
Yeah. Yeah, you fish a swim jig or fish boat dock either way. Jason, I started laughing in the middle of you talking. Brian just had one blow up on a buzzbait at his shoelaces and stuck him and got him in the boat. He didn't even turn the reel handle and flipped him right in. Guys, how was practice?
We've got a little...
Yeah. Yeah. What do you think? I mean, do you think the tournament's going to be good? It sounds like the weather changed from what y'all saw in practice. Yeah, we'll catch them. Okay. I like that. Is that the first one y'all put in the boat?
Yeah, first one.
Gotcha. There we go.
being always close and jingle.
I know it. Jason, our good friend Luke Duncan has joined us. We got a triple box going on.
Well, he'll be proud to hear you say he's your good friend. That's pretty cool.
Well, it's only
Luke?
because Kay actually said I have to start saying that more.
Jason, that's rare of him to speak in a positive manner.
Can I get that
about
soundbite?
me at all? So, exactly. Yeah, I'm gonna need that. Yeah, clip that one for me. Now, guys, I just caught up with Ethan King and Zeke Gossett, and Darian, I heard you say that you've seen some folks covering some water this morning. These boys are not letting any moss grow between their foot and the trolling motor pedal. They are burning it up, swim jigging, frogging. They got 2 fish in the boat, and not too far from the ramp, and just trying to put a limit in the boat before they go do more work other places. But we all know these guys right here are dangerous.
I'm seeing the rod strap going on, which means these guys are running. I'm gonna throw it back over to you guys, and we're gonna go find another team. Good luck, guys. Yeah.
Jason, is it raining where you are?
It is starting to sprinkle here. Is it pouring down over there?
It's picking up the pace a little bit.
Yeah.
Zeke just said at least it's not 18 degrees. You are correct on that, buddy. Last time I saw y'all at an ABT 100, the net was frozen. Y'all were catching them with the net was frozen. Are y'all headed this way? All right, good luck. All right. They're gonna get out of here. And so are we, Jason. We're gonna go right around in the rain, find some other teams.
All right, well, we're going to keep on hammering for just a minute.
You're in charge, Jason.
He looks like he's making, yes, sir. He is, Henry looks like he's making a little bit of adjustment here for just a second. It looks like they're going to make a run at some point. They did catch a white bass right here. Got the live scope out. Really taking their time to work this area over good because they feel like it was productive. You know, as you begin to prepare for a tournament, really practice is important to really get you prepared to be able to see what the fish are going to be able to do today. But you know, when conditions change like this, when we had bluebird skies all week and high pressure, it really kind of throws you. It doesn't necessarily throw you for a loop, but you got to make an adjustment today. Of course, you're watching the weather and trying to figure out what we need to be doing when the weather changes. It wasn't that hard last night to look at the map and know that it's going to rain today. So guys are prepared for that. So as you practice and you break down the water, you kind of fish where the fish are at that point, but then you go, where are the fish going to be? Today, where are the fish going to be? And Hamner's definitely thought about the current's going to turn on this morning. It's going to be a little cloudy this morning. we ought to be able to catch a quick one right here. And then when it doesn't pay off, then you got to make an adjustment. And we talk about all the time how important making adjustments is in events. And the guys that make adjustments are the guys that go wire to wire in the Bassmaster Classic. So he'll make an adjustment and he'll go find them. And I'm not saying he's given up on this yet, but he's just really trying to take his time and give it his all, because they practiced here and felt like there would be some fish in this area. But when the current doesn't turn on, it kind of hurts you a little bit. Darian, I think you got on a swindle over there, so tell us what they got.
Yeah, I'm on Trey Swindle and Sam George. I know these guys got in bed real early last night and were able to get a good night's sleep for this event. They spent a lot of time practicing, obviously, this week, and fished pretty much as long as they could yesterday without taking any breaks, and stayed on the water as long as they could possibly practice. But guys, y'all got any fish so far? No. No. You're playing around. Does that mean you're giving everybody a head start before you just...
Oh, yeah.
We're not even starting on the juice. We're just letting everybody do what they want to do. You get that on them real big jobs. You actually left the buzzbait at home? Oh, it's in the boat. Well, that makes me feel a little better. Look, contrary to popular belief, Trey Swindle is not loading up a twerk right now. He's looking for a buzzbait. I know it. I know on camera it looks like he could be firing up a twerk, but you never know with Trey. He's been known to backflip. He's been known to, I mean, a lot of fun. Man of many talents. Is it really? Sam's saying it's going to do this all day. Guys, it's starting to rain a little bit. We're going to hang out here in it, but Miss Kay, fire over you.
Welcome back inside the Alabama Bass Trail Live Studio here on the banks of Weiss Lake at Leesburg Landing. As we've started doing before every tournament, we got Luke, Jason, and Darian together to talk a little bit about the lures that they felt would be key or crucial to today's tournament. So we're going to play that for you right now, and then we're going to go into a short break. Stay tuned. We'll be right back.
We're here on Weiss Lake this morning, and my bait prediction of the day is the Crush City freeloader. Look, you got shad spawn hot off of our heels, and fish are moving out deep, chasing bait, they're fat, and I'm going to say the tournament will be won live scoping, and I think the elite guys are going to use their elite skills live scope them up today.
I feel like that's not a fair pick because it's won basically every tournament in the country.
It was an
this
easy
year
pick.
and
It was
last
an
year
easy.
before
It was an
even
easy
came out.
pick.
I'm going Big Bite Baits Trick Stick because I disagree with Darian, and I think it's going to be one shallow. We got rainy conditions today. The Coosa River kicks them out shallow, and I talked to a few people after practicing.
Oh, you got insider information. You got insider information,
I'm
bro.
going shallow and deep. So I've got the cleanup crawl because we definitely need something on our jig trailer today. So this would definitely be
black and blue.
Black and blue.
Yeah.
Flipping docks this afternoon. This morning, up shallow with the mayor. I think we're going to be rocking. I can't give up on the mayor.
That's a solid
He's
choice.
going to hang in there all the time. So we're definitely going to go catch them today. So, I mean, Darian's going to cast some at some point probably.
He's going to be scoping around.
ABT 100, we're definitely going to go get them.
The Alabama Bass Trail 100 Series is brought to you by Phoenix Boats, Landers McClarty Chevrolet, McGraw-Webb Chevrolet, and by Academy Sports and Outdoors.
At Phoenix Boats, our passion for fishing is obvious. Whether it's a pro event or fishing with our family and friends,
we truly love the sport of fishing.
That's why our goal is to make every single Phoenix boat that goes out the door the best fishing platform it can be in both design and construction.
We love to fish as much as anyone, and we believe it shows in every boat we build.
Phoenix Boats, built by anglers for anglers.
Here at Landers McClarty Chevrolet, it's time to pick your offer on a new Chevy Silverado 1500. That's right, pick the offer that's best for you. Choose rates as low as 2.9% for 72 months, or how about up to $12,000 off all Silverados? They have the best selection in years with over 500 pre-owned vehicles available. Big store, big on savings, and big on customer service. Visit LandersMcClartyChevrolet.com.
Welcome to Minnow King. How can I help you?
Everything looks good. I'm friggin' starving, man. Been spawning all morning.
Ugh, TMI, bro. What do you want?
I'll take a Crush City freeloader and gizzard shad.
Anything to drink.
Water.
Pull ahead, please. Welcome to Minnow King.
We're gonna have what he's had. Yeah, throw me in a Ned BLT, too.
Pull ahead, please.
Calm down. Quit feeding him so much.
Hey, man, I'm trying to, man.
If you overfeed him, he's gonna hide under a log.
The perfect checking account doesn't exist. Not at a bank, that is. So why do you keep looking there? At AmFirst, you can get no minimum balance or monthly fees, an instant issue debit card, and free checks with unlimited check writing. But who doesn't want more? Like a rewards program you'll actually use, and convenient digital tools that make it easy to manage your account from anywhere. Now you could try and find that at a bank, or you could save yourself the trouble by checking with us.
Stetson Blaylock, Todd Auden, Hank Terry, let's go!
Garmin Live Scope, I tell you right now, if you don't have it, you are behind. It's just wild. It's like a video game.
If you do not have that Garmin Live Scope, you are definitely missing out.
Bassmaster Classic Champion!
Hey, Mama.
Hey, baby, how you doing today? We're a big old Southern family here, so we know how to cook. We're doing chicken sandwiches the Southern way. There's our new blackened chicken sandwich, grilled fresh with a bold blend of spices, smothered cheesy bacon, and classic Southern fried. These make Mama proud, so bring your family
So good.
to meet our family. Blackened, cheesy bacon, or classic. Try your favorite chicken sandwich today. I'm Mayor Bonner, and I'm all about the South.
Welcome back to the Alabama Bass Trail, stop number 2 of the Alabama Bass Trail 100, Weiss Lake. Over 30,000 acres, surface acres for these guys to attack today. Fish that we're looking for are largemouth and spotted bass, 12 inches or longer. Anything 12 inches or longer, these guys can weigh in. You have seen Scott Canterbury, you've seen Justin Hamner, you've been out on the water with Trace Wendell and Sam George. Darian is covering them now. Off camera, they caught a big fish. We're going to get back out there to them, and they're on a little bit of a grass spot. Let's see how it goes. Darian, let's go.
Yeah,
Yeah, they having some technical difficulties this morning with their one of their electronics, and Trey was kind of fumbling around with it. And they said, let's just put our heads down and fish for a little while. We'll figure that out later. And while they were kind of resetting, Sam swung on a big one. It was at first both of us thought it was really big, but I think it's 3.5 or better. Sam called it a 3-pounder, but it was, you know how these pros are. It was bigger than 3 pounds, but he said he could see it swimming after his swim jig for 20 feet, and it just got really big on it right there at the end. But just swimming a jig in the rain, fishing swim jigs. Both of them are. It's like 2 people at a time, just fish a swim jig at the same time. And on this lake, that's a really, really good pattern. And by the way, I want to mention, I didn't say this in front of the guys earlier. I didn't say this in front of the guys. I actually had my phone in my pocket just now, and I called Luke Duncan. I pocket dialed Luke. I didn't want to say this in front of the guys earlier, but Wesley and Brian said, we will catch big ones today. He didn't say they will, referring to the crowd or to the rest of the people. He said, we will catch big ones today. So that's going to be interesting. I almost wanted to just follow those guys around. Hopefully we got a GoPro on them if they do catch big ones. But it looks like, I mean, you can see they just power poled down right here. There's a really big grass. This is typical on Weiss. Every bank on the lake, you can find a spot like this, kind of a little pocket in the grass where you can just power pole down and fish. You know, make 100 casts in the same spot without moving the trolling motor, and that's what Sam and Trey are doing. Buzzbait in the front, swim jig in the back. Oh, Sam's got another one on, little one. Came off. He would not have made the cut. Sounds like Jason jumped on to boat number 93. I'm not sure who it is. Jason, who you got?
Well, you know, we're just jumping on champs today. We're going champ to champ to champ. So here we are with Jed Lamb, Andrew Loberg, winners of stop number 1 at Logan Martin. Back in the day when it was like 18 degrees, and these guys were just boat flipping them. So pretty cool morning for them for sure. If you haven't seen that show, jump on the YouTube page, Alabama Bass Trail TV, and go back and watch that show that morning. Those guys really put on a clinic that day. And here we are there. When you said a minute ago, your guys were power poling down, we power poled down at the same point. And they had swung and a miss, and now they're throwing in some wood right here. Got a buzzbait action going. Really hope to get some of this topwater going. With this overcast this morning, really should extend this topwater bite throughout the day even. They got right in the back of this little pocket here. We didn't come far from Justin Hamner. The bridge is just behind us right here, and we just came on the other side and went down the end of it right here. There's a landing to our right with a bunch of old docks, so we'll probably be fishing some boat docks here in just a second. I know you're throwing a swim jig over there, so fishing a swim jig. So good morning so far. The guys don't have any in the boat, but lots of potential around us for some big fish catches today. See, they're working that bot right on the end of that wall right there. Always been known for holding a couple fish, changing structure, parallel to that wall right there. Here comes the rain.
Well, I'm glad it's just now coming to you, because it's been here for a slick minute.
Yeah, it's here.
Jason, we talk about this a lot every time we cover an ABT event, how many guys fish the exact same stretch of water and catch fish behind one another, but Wesley Gore and Brian Stifler fished this exact stretch of grass fished it. I think Trey keeps getting bit every time. Sorry, I got sidetracked. I thought Trey got a bite. But they fished this exact same stretch of grass and fished it extremely fast. Now, these guys have slowed way down, way slower than Wesley was burning the bank, and it paid off for him with a big one.
Keep having a swing and a miss every time. Looks like they're gonna make a move here. Okay. Hang on, we're gonna idle with them right here. Let's talk to them just a second. Tell us a little bit about this morning while we're working our way back that way.
We got a little storm that's coming in. It doesn't seem like they're pulling much current right now. I think they started the generator at 5. So it's going to take a little bit for the water to move through up here. So we're just going to kind of sit on one of these main points. Caught a couple of nice ones here in practice, and if we get 5 of the right bites, we'll do pretty well. I know there's big ones out here, but these fish are really current related, man. It can be frustrating, but also really good at the same time.
You just got to wait. Got to be patient. They're here. You know they're here. They got to get right. The feeding bell's got to ring. So, cool. We're going to hang out and let you guys fish. And oh, that looked like almost, that was like a here we go hook set. You know? So you got a wind behind you already. Yeah. Pretty big deal.
Feels good. I hope we just don't bomb this one. I'll get that current rolling.
Yeah. He heard him say that the current's so important here. Really just waiting for that current. They turned it on at 5. It has not made it to this point of the lake yet. When it does, I'm not going to say it's going to be deadly, but it could be productive. So they're shooting back over there to that spot where they started this morning. See Hamner kind of in the background over there, still hanging out as well. Looks like a local guy may have moved in around them over there just to kind of to watch too. So pretty cool this morning. Showers, no sunshine, not 18 degrees. We'll take this as a fishing day right here and be glad to have it. Cameraman get on the other side. So you can see here this from bridge, one side of the bridge to the other side of the bridge, this whole lake flows right through here, and there's one small bridge down past. So the whole lake's coming through right here at some point as the current flows. And once that current turns on, it's not that it's going to get swift and push you out of here. It's just going to give enough current to push the bait fish and the plankton and all that stuff through here so that the bait fish will set up and then the bass will set up in there behind them. So just got to be patient and wait, as they said. As you're watching at home, it's key to know your area and know what your area can produce. And you could fish through here and be like, oh, there's not any fish here today. It's not anything biting. But come back later when the current's really rolling through here, like they did in practice, and caught some good ones. And you show up the next day and you're like, man, those fish are gone. Well, the current's not here yet. And you just got to know those kind of things about your area and about your lake as you begin to break it down. And you stand here and just wait, be patient. This area will produce. Go right here. All right, Luke, you're there. Come on in, buddy.
Yes, sir, guys. I'm with ABT 100 champs from Lake Wedowee last year, Rusty White Jr. and Brian Elton. They said they don't have them yet, but they're going to. So, doing some offshore fishing. So we might be fishing some brush piles. Just staying back out of their way and trying
Luke,
to stay dry this morning.
It sounds like as we cover on the ABT 100 guys, we just say, you know, ABT champ, Bassmaster Classic champ. You know, these guys, this is a stacked field.
Listen, I said it, you know, Trey Swindle and I got to fish together for 2 years in the ABT 100. And when you sign up for these and you look down the roster, you go, oh boy, oh boy, because it is stacked, to say the very least. The ABT North and the ABT South are 225 teams full of hammers as well. We know that, but these 100s, it just takes that, takes it up a notch, man. It is something else.
Yeah.
So we've got Bassmaster Classic champs, Angler of the Years, ABT champs, and Trey Swindle actually won the Locust Fork Bass Club Championship one year, and so you got that, you know, and that's another prestigious title.
Yeah. Also, Trey, him and his partner Mike were the 6th grade Locust Fork ping pong champs. That's what I've been told as well. Shout out Mike.
Trey and Mike are good at ping pong. That's for certain.
Yes. Darian, has Trey done anything to get disqualified yet? That's all most folks at home want to know. He has a habit.
Nobody's
of
about
forgetting
to.
stuff.
He hasn't done anything to get disqualified
That's
yet.
a joke.
But he's about to. That's a joke.
That's a joke for folks watching at home. What's that?
He is seeing some fish.
Y'all the first
there's
one.
Some fish kind of. Luke, they're working a grass line. Both of them are throwing a swim jig and a little bit of buzzbait action, but they keep seeing some fish blow up, kind of on the edges chasing bait, but those fish haven't committed. Sam, I don't know if you heard earlier, Sam did catch him a good one. I would say it's going to be close to 4 pounds, but keep kind of rolling in the grass, and they're firing right in on them and haven't caught those two yet. But
No, I spent some time with them yesterday and talking about practice, and that they were just going to kind of wing it. Trey's got a lot of experience over here shallow, but that's not their plan all day long. And they had from what they told me last night, they had a pretty good practice day yesterday, but with the conditions being different today, I wonder what the game plan will be today, if that'll change it any. Because they were mainly offshore yesterday. Certainly seeing a lot of people doing a lot of different things. I've seen several boats offshore as I ran. We're in the Yellow Creek area now. A lot of boats offshore, but a lot of boats beating the bank too. And you know, that's one of the cool things about the 100 as well, though. Only 100 boats, so you can really move around in these.
Yeah, the chances of you being able to move around and find some water that nobody else has fished is pretty good. You know, we have 225 boats here. Chances are you're going to fish through something that somebody else has fished through already, or you're going to have to pull up and wait for them to leave before you can have a chance at it. So here, some guys will fish all day today and not have anybody around them. You want to think that would make the weights move up the leaderboard today too.
I feel like with these conditions, somebody's going to drop a bag.
And we haven't talked about that yet. I mean, what kind of weights you guys thinking we're going to see today?
I think you're going to see like 22.
Don't know, 20?
I was actually just about to say
22.
22.
Yeah,
But
22.
since you said 22, I will have to one-up you a little bit. I'll say 23.
Okay. Price is right.
Since you said 22, I'll have to go above that.
Yeah, that's the guys I talked to earlier this week. They said they would not be surprised if 23 pounds didn't win this thing. After, you know, a 19-pound bag last week, when they felt like this weekend was really the better weekend.
Well, you know, the Coosa River's always known for a lot of spots, and Weiss certainly has great numbers of spots and big ones, but this place has some big largemouth that are always the X factor, I feel like.
Yeah.
Luke, there was me and Houston fishing ABT here. I believe it was in 2018, maybe 2019. We might fact check this later, but there was a shad spawn going on, and the guys started really, really close to the ramp, one of the first creeks, and they said that they caught every fish that they weighed in the first 10 casts and won the tournament in 10 casts. But that was it. But that, I think they had, if I remember correctly, they had 20. I believe they had 24 pounds, all largemouth. So Trey and Sam have slid out. Trey made the comment we might have scared them all to this brush pile, so they have slid out to a deeper spot. They're using Garmin live scope now, and there's a brush pile out here. I can see it on their graph. You really can't tell probably on the camera, but on that left graph you can see on that Garmin unit there's one brush pile towards the kind of the right side of his unit. Maybe we can get in a little closer and be able to see it, but there's one little hot spot they've just thrown into. Is that picking up on? Yeah, see it out. There you can kind of see it there. I don't know how well we can zoom in, but there's one real bright kind of glob there on the edge, and that's the brush pile they're casting into. They were having some electronics issues earlier, and it's definitely not. He fixed whatever it was. You can see as he pans the trolling motor, that brush pile is going to get brighter, and as he turns away from it, it'll disappear. But right there, you can see it's really bright, and that's what both of them are throwing a casting jig of some sort into it, brush jig.
So 2018, it was 2684, which was Nolan Spencer and Jonathan Reese. No, I'm sorry, hang on, that's Lake Martin.
Okay, yep, that was
on the wrong one. Well, you click on Weiss and it loads Lake Martin. That's weird. Calling out the website. Yeah, sorry, that's not right.
Yeah, I think that's the tournament.
Okay,
I think that's the tournament I was talking about. I knew it was a lot of weight.
It just said Weiss. It did say Weiss Lake at the top. I just want so 2685. I thought there was a 26. Nolan Spencer.
Yeah, I knew it was a lot of weight.
2018.
Yeah, they've won.
And how big a hammer they dropped on them. The next bag was 1806. You know, so.
Yep.
That was dropped a big bag.
Jason, if you'll stay on that leaderboard and go way down towards the bottom, near the bottom, very close to the bottom, you'd probably see mine and
boat number, yeah, 148. It was Darian Craig from Warrior, Alabama, and Houston Calvert from Hayden, Alabama. 5 fish for 762.
We just barely missed the cut. We just we were 100 boats out of getting a paycheck.
Hey, but look where it got you today, you know?
Yeah.
All roads lead to home.
That's right. Life's just about how well can you rebound. When you get knocked down to 140, it's how well can you bounce back. Some of the best lessons in life are not from, some of the best lessons in life are not
He's just dying to get back on this line.
Instant success. I hope he never gets back on. I hope he never gets back on.
He probably doesn't want us pulling up his tournament results. Oh, I don't want you pulling up my tournament results either, but you know, you got a win behind your belt on that. You know, none of it. That's a big deal.
My only rebuttal is that we did win one with 30 pounds. That's my only rebuttal.
Yes, yes. I dropped a big bag on Gunnersville.
I think our average finish was 200 place, and that includes the win.
Oh, wow.
Well, it looks like these guys are going to make a little run. Jason, I'm going to throw it over to you, and we'll find another boat, and
all right,
we'll be back here in a few minutes.
We're going to hang in here and hope for that current to show up. So they kind of pulled back off the main bridge and turned around and faced into the soon-to-be current. It's kind of a big flat in there behind them. They did fish down that bank to the left side right there. Had a couple strikes back in that corner right there. There's a lot of wood just kind of pushed up in there. Some old laydowns. Kind of working the live scope right now. Man, if that was a real fish, that'd be so awesome. That's such a good hook set right there. There and get that one off real quick. Thinking about dropping a buoy out to kind of mark that spot, but changed my mind. I know it's kind of a quiet morning. Not a lot of wind today, just really calm. Lots of cloud cover. The rain has stopped for the moment. Looking at the radar, it's, you know, it's not just rain, not any storms per se, just kind of a thick clouds and rain. back there behind us, he is not giving up on the spot as well. I think they're just kind of hanging in here too, knowing that the current's coming, and I think both these teams know what the potential is here for some good fish once the current gets here. I'm really not willing to give up on plan A yet. Until that current comes in here and they don't catch them, then they might leave. But at this point, they're just kind of fishing around in the area, just waiting for it to show up. But it's a good sign for the Bassmaster Classic champion and the previous ABT 100 champion this year, not willing to give up on spot A because it's that productive in practice. So just kind of hang out here. You know, you may have some other teams all over the lake waiting for the same thing. You may have some teams catching fish, but you're really only trying to catch 5 big ones. You know, we're not going out today trying to catch 30 fish and, you know, just have a great day fishing. We're really just trying to catch 5 quality key bites. So you hear guys say all the time, you know, we just need 5. We just need 5. And 5 of those 3-pounders with a couple of 5-pounders mixed in there would really make them productive today and be well on their way to winning that $25,000. You know, we got a $100,000 payout overall today. Only 100 boats in this event. Well, Luke, we did have a chance to run down the leaderboard and get an update from Darian's past and how well he did here when, you know, 26 pounds won this event. You know, he's catching a whopping 7 pounds, but, you know, Luke, you've had any experience here? Any past history here?
I've had terrible experiences here. Yes, every tournament I've fished here, I've done terrible. That's a lot of tournaments that I fished, Jason. That's why I talk about bass fishing instead of fish for a living, mainly.
You get a check every week doing it this way, you know.
It's a guarantee this way for sure. Wes Logan is hooked up right now on a buzzer.
Oh, really?
He caught a rat. I pulled up. Wes and Doug have 4 fish for, he's going to say, unofficially about 9 pounds. So they do have a 4-pounder. He said they are biting this morning, just a lot of small fish. They caught a lot of fish. And we pulled up and just caught one on the buzzbait. He yelled at me right as we pulled in. I said, we've been looking for you. And he said, well, you looking for me out in the middle of scoping? Because as most people know, Wes is the anti-scoper. You know, he's going to be doing the opposite of scoping most of the time. And a lot of Coosa River experience. And watching him, I mean, they'll fish a swim jig in some grass, and then he will flip a dock with a jig, and then throw a buzzbait, throw a spinnerbait, throw a frog. They're just really rotating through a lot of things. Jason, I have fished several times at Weiss Lake, and I was telling Darian last night, I have caught 2 bass around 8 pounds on this lake, practicing for tournaments, never in tournaments. This has such big largemouth.
Oh,
2 years in a row, back to back, once in March and once in April. I won practice.
So we'll call that a 2-time practice winner.
I was a 2-time practice winner here. 2-time practice winner.
Those paid really well.
Now I will say, Jason, on the Coosa River in an ABT 100 in June, I do have a top 10, but it was at Neely Henry.
Yeah. Which we were just at with the regular season series last week. We missed you, by the way.
Yep. I did not miss that storm that you guys endured at the weigh-in. It looked wild.
I think that was you just pouring down on us, you know, just like, haha.
Yeah.
Because it was a mess.
Yeah.
It was a mess.
I was at an airport in the middle of about a 4-hour delay while y'all were in that storm, so.
Yeah.
I was standing there for about 4 hours. Y'all had a great event there. That's right.
It was good. It was good. All right, Luke, we're going to slip out of here and jump on some more teams. Hopefully catch back up with these guys later, maybe when the current gets flowing a little bit. So take it away.
All right. Jason Graham going to go chase more teams on Weiss Lake, and we are with Wes Logan, Elite Series Pro, Elite Series champ, and his dad, Doug, here on Weiss Lake. And pros are allowed to fish the ABT 100. I know we've talked about how many Bassmaster champs and Angler of the Years and all the accolades that we've talked about this morning, but it's a really neat format. Only one pro that does this for a living per boat. Can't be a team of two professionals, but it is cool to see the matchups, and like this, being a father-son, Wes and Doug fish a ton of tournaments together and have for years, but you know, this has got to be special for them to be able to do this in the 100s. Wes travels nationally now and doesn't get to fish as many local tournaments. We're glad to have them. Made a switch back to the buzzbait. When you watch these shallow water anglers, what always amazes me, the ones that are just so great at mining everything they can out of the shallow water. Versatility is always the number one thing you notice with them, but they fish everything that's in front of them with precision. But depending on the situation, I mean, he'll skip a jig under a dock, pick up a buzzbait. You got Doug in the back throwing a frog right now as Wes is throwing the buzzer. When they come to a patch of grass, Wes will pick up a swim jig. But when they come up on a dock, skip a jig under it, I mean, it's awesome to watch. And if you're a shallow water fisherman, you got to think this weather is perfect.
Guys, you think this weather will help the shallow bite all day?
Sir?
Will this weather help the shallow bite all day? Hooked up.
Probably not gonna hurt it.
It didn't hurt that bite right there? Doug hooked up on the top water in the back.
I wouldn't think it would hurt it, Luke.
Doug, that fish was meaner than he was big. I thought that he meant to hurt that. He meant to hurt that thing, didn't he?
I actually thought it was a popping frog. He's throwing a pop over. Old school. 4 fish in the boat for Logan.
Probably gonna reposition them more than anything. I mean, instead of them pulling up under the dock and stuff.
Other than the rain, it is a nice morning out on Weiss Lake for June. It could be about 100 degrees right now, that's for sure. Rain and clouds. Look cool this morning. Wes and Doug are going to go to the back of the pocket. I'm just going to kind of hang out here and let them do their thing. And I'm going to cut in here so I can get away from this grass. I might switch sides. I don't want to get on that. I know they're going to fish the rest.
Trey still fishing these?
Yeah, him and Sam George are.
You and him were fishing them, weren't you?
Yeah, we fished 2 seasons.
Yeah.
Then I had to break up with him so I could be the MC. Broke his heart. I miss it, man. I love these 100s.
They're nice. It's pretty cool.
That's what I said when we pulled up on you guys. You know, it's got to be cool for y'all, especially now that you're touring all the time, for y'all to be able to fish these together.
Yeah.
Got to be special.
Yeah, it is pretty cool. And to not have like a huge field, you know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah, the 100 boats is nice, man. Well, it lets us go to different lakes too, right? I mean,
yeah.
It's like last year when we got to go to Wedowie and all that. I mean, just smaller bodies of water that.
Yeah, it can hold, 100, but not 200 or something. There's 100 of them, but there's 100 of them that can catch them.
There's 100 hammers, that's right.
Exactly.
You got a fan this morning. Well, Black and Tan came down to check it out. What's up, pup? I believe Darren Craig's going to join us again. Darren, we're having a party in here. Wes Logan and Doug Logan catching bass, and we got the local wildlife or the local pets out watching them. Who have you caught up with?
I'm on boat number 37, and James Scott or Brian Meadows, somebody's fishing by himself. And he says he's fishing out deep. There's James, Miss K confirms it's James. This is I'd say a community hole in the lake that's a real deep ledge spot, long point. Got a couple humps and real hard bottom and really good spot when fish get offshore. He said he caught a big one here yesterday, and he caught a 12-incher earlier, but he said it was so close that he didn't want to put it in the boat and risk it, end up being too short in the afternoon or whatever. Sometimes that'll happen, but anyhow, he says he's going to hang out here for a while. He caught some good ones, so he was throwing a big plug a minute ago. I don't know if it was a 10XD or it was one of the big crankbaits, but now he's throwing a big Luke and Marty Duncan special big blade spinnerbait. Oh, big nasty.
Oh, big.
And just slow
big
rolling. He's got hung up on something, but it's not pulling back on him. It's a permanent fixture to the bottom of the lake, so he is now going to get it unhung.
Darren, I know we do have if you love the bass fish, the best job in the world here with the ABT and getting to do this live coverage, but it is so much fun watching somebody like a team like Wes and Doug Logan that are masters at what they do, and that's what they're gonna go do. You know what I mean? And they're shallow water. We're watching them right now. It's just, they're putting on a clinic on just how to break down shallow water cover. So much fun to watch. Wes hooked up. Oh. You hurt his feelings, Wes. You hurt his feelings.
He won't bite another.
He won't bite again ever. Darren, Wes just jerked about an 11-incher, 6 feet into there with a hook set. He's never going to bite another jig in his life. He taught that fish a lesson. That's right. He's throwing a Randall Tharp Signature Series jig, and he said he's going to call Randall Tharp and tell him his jig only catches little ones.
Somebody like Wes could make that
Hey,
phone
I'll
call.
say this, it'll hook one when you set the hook, though. What's that, Darren? You're not making that call?
I was just going to say that I don't have the credentials to make that call to Tharp.
Wes, I've got Darian in my ear, and he says he doesn't have the credentials to call Tharp and tell him that. We're going to let you do that.
I can handle
it. He said he can handle it. Wes has got it, Darian. Don't worry about it.
I might do it in a nice way, but I can handle it.
He said he might do it in a nice way. He might approach it in a nice way. Darren, you mentioned that big spinnerbait. When we pulled up on Elder and White earlier, they were both throwing big spinnerbaits. They were fishing offshore brush piles, live scoping, but a big spinnerbait was what they were trying to get bit on. We never saw them catch a fish, but you know that look that people get when they think, all right, this is going to be the deal, and they were both just hammering away with a big spinnerbait on brush piles and scoping them, just both staring at the screen and casting a big spinnerbait.
Yeah, I'm sure that's going to turn on for them at some point. It looks like the rain slowed down a little, and I don't know if that's going to hopefully change the bite a little bit or make things pick up, but yeah, I know the look. a lot of times I'd find myself using that look, but there would never be a result on the other end. I just always look like it's about to go down. And then at 3 o'clock, Miss Kay says, "How'd it go?" I'm like, "Well, it never went down."
You said,
I got
"We headed to
7
the
pounds.
Hey, we do give you a hard time. And Jason then pulled up your Weiss Lake standings earlier, but I did hear you say you did drop a dirty 30 on them, and they can't take that away from you ever, you know? That's something not a lot of tournament anglers can say.
Now, I will say this. I think that me and Houston complained so much that we didn't get to keep our big checks back in the day, that Miss Kay actually gives copies of the big checks out. So that's my one, I don't know. I still have a sore spot for that. Back in the day, they didn't let us keep the big check.
Good luck.
And now the big check's bigger. When me and Houston won, we won 10,000, and now they're winning 15,000 now. And I asked Miss Kay if they'd do a reimbursement deal for what we missed, but she said no. She said no. I am going to go, Luke, do you have any boats near you right now? I've got, I know that on our tracker it says Canterbury's in the back of this creek, and I would like to check back in with them. And so
yeah,
I think we may go ahead and take a break.
We're fixing to run around and find a new boat.
Yeah. Well, Luke, you go jump on another boat. I'm going to actually idle back here and find Scott Canterbury and get an update from him. But if you guys are watching back home, it's slowly stopping. Well, I don't want to say that. I don't want to jinx it. But we're looking forward to the rest of the day. If you're watching back home, we appreciate it. We'll see you here in just a few minutes. We're going to commercial break, and we'll see you right back.
The Alabama Bass Trail 100 Series is sponsored by Rapala, BMC, Crush City, and TH Marine.
At Phoenix Boats, our passion for fishing is obvious. Whether it's a pro event or fishing with our family and friends,
we truly love the sport of fishing.
That's why our goal is to make every single Phoenix boat that goes out the door the best fishing platform it can be in both design and construction.
We love to fish as much as anyone, and we believe it shows in every boat we build.
Phoenix Boats, built by anglers for anglers.
I leave nothing to chance when it comes to hooks. They are the most critical part of the equation.
This is truly the best hook I've ever used.
Thinner, stronger, slicker, all the pluses that you really want in a hook. That red line right in the roof of her mouth, exactly where you want to get them.
When you have the opportunity to create something good, you might as well make this great, and I think that's what we did with the Red Line series of hooks.
In the relentless pursuit of domination on the water, one name stands above the rest. TH Marine's Atlas Jackplate. The power behind champions since 2007. The driving force that propels you to victory. More winners choose Atlas. For the fisherman who demands the best, Atlas delivers. Because every move counts. More winners choose Atlas.
Big companies get bigger and bigger and talk about their fancy labs where they study fish behavior. But then they all go golfing on the weekend. We don't have a large laboratory to test baits. Why, you ask? We don't need a big laboratory because our pros fish, our employees fish, our salespeople fish, our suppliers fish, our mold builders fish, our owners fish, and our kids fish. This is our laboratory. Our R&D comes from time on the water, learning how to make fish bite. We don't have other hobbies. We fish. We fish all year in all conditions across the whole country. All that time on the water brings us thousands of hours of testing new products and improving current ones for all species. We're a family-owned U.S. company that has many of our products made in America by American workers. The products we don't make in America, we make in Guatemala, which supports many families in that country as well.
Y'all know what's better than one biscuit? Two biscuits. Take your pick of two handmade biscuits for just $5.55. Choose between the sausage, egg, and cheese or bacon, egg, and cheese biscuits. Ain't got to be a math whiz to see this deal. Jack's, all about the South.
Welcome back to the Alabama Bass Trail 100. Second stop here at Weiss Lake. 100 boats, $100,000, and an over 100% payback to the anglers. We're very excited about this format. As you've seen, pro anglers fishing with their amateur counterparts. And as Darian said, it's really hard to call some of these guys amateurs. We do have 3 cameras on the water. They are moving right now, trying to get set up on some different teams, trying to show you as many teams as we can this morning. We do still have some rain going on, and we're expecting that throughout the day. 65% chance of rain right now, going down to about 35%, but that's going to stay throughout the day. If you're coming to the weigh-in here at Leesburg Landing, we do have a few bleachers here, but certainly you're welcome to bring your lawn chairs, bring your umbrellas, maybe your rain suit, and come out and enjoy the weigh-in. We will pay out over $100,000 here today at Leesburg Landing. While I have you and we don't have fish catching going on, I do want to send out a huge thank you to the Cherokee County Chamber of Commerce, the town of Leesburg, all the volunteers that they provided this morning and helping us run this event. They're great hosts each year that we come here. They just roll out the red carpet, and I want to say a huge thank you to them. Joy Perry at the Chamber, thank you so much for supporting the Alabama Bass Trail. I also want to send out our thoughts and prayers to our friend, Mr. Terry Tucker. He had surgery last week. He is doing chemotherapy and radiation treatments as we speak throughout the week. He'll be doing that for the next 30 days. Please keep Terry and his family in your thoughts and in your prayers as this next 30 days will be pretty tough on them. We're going to go ahead and talk about the 2025 schedule. Registration started this morning, and of course everyone is on the water, so they're not registering this morning. Priority registration runs through June the 10th. For the 2025 season of the Alabama Bass Trail 100. The schedule is there on the screen. January the 18th will be at Lake Gunnersville out of Scottsboro, Goose Pond. Then we will move on down to Lake Eufaula on June the 7th. We'll go out of Lake Point State Park, one of the fine state parks throughout the state park system here in the state of Alabama. And then we will be going November 1st, we'll be going back up to Wilson Lake, a lake we haven't visited on the Alabama Bass Trail. Looking forward to going out there at Shoal Creek area. So looking forward to that season. If you're interested in fishing the Alabama Bass Trail 100, you can sign up on June the 11th, starting at 5:30 a.m. Central Standard Time. Go to alabamabastrail100.org, click register, and follow the steps as you go. You can always visit our Facebook page to find out all of the information you'll need to get registered. We're going to get back out on the water. Darian has found a new team, and we'll see how they're doing today. Darian, who are you with?
Well, I've got caught up with boat number 54, Bradley Williams, Jeff Weaver, and he said as bad as our luck's been, I bet we're the only ones getting rained on back here. That is not the case, actually. We've all been dumped on this morning, but it looks like we're tying on a new spinnerbait for good luck. He's double wet. He just double wet the knot, which means he might have broke one off already. And he's grinning, which means I think that could be the truth. But he said they've caught some fish. It's just been small ones.
Been up here a week, hadn't caught one over 2 pounds yet.
Oh goodness. Well, maybe the tournament day will be when it happens. Well, I thought we were bringing good luck. I thought he'd be bigger. Normally when we pull up, it's a 3-pounder. Yeah. Another little one. Well, we've got, and he says that all we've been catching is little ones, so he is not wrong. I am hoping that that our good luck would bring some bigger fish, but that's not the case. We've got 2 little ones. That was going to be closer to 12, but I still... Is he going to go? There we go, keeper. Is that the first keeper? No. Okay.
Hope we don't have to weigh that.
Yeah, I know it. Kenny, while those guys are kind of keep fishing on the bank, I wanted to go over our Rapala Crush City, my bait choice of the day. My choice this morning when we did our breakdown was the Crush City Freeloader by Rapala. And this color is Sight Flash. And let me show you how, I'm gonna open this pack up and show just how good a color this is, but also how dynamic it's gonna end up being today. And we've got just a little straight tail guy. Doesn't look like much at first sight, but you can see just with a little bit of movement, I'm just barely moving my hand, how much movement that bait's got. The ribs in his body are giving a ton of action to the bait. So I predicted that we would be seeing a lot of live scoping today, and I bet throughout the day we are gonna see that play. Once this rain gets out of here, it seems like it's going away. But one thing we've seen this morning already is a chatterbait, a shad-colored chatterbait. In this grass they've been fishing, these guys just picked up a chatterbait just now. The cool thing about the freeloader on the back of a chatterbait is you want something that's straight tail like that a lot of times, because the straight tail allows the bait to dart and hunt all over the place. So if you fish a chatterbait a bunch, you know that you pretty much just cast it and wind it straight back to the boat. With a straight tail trailer like this one, the freeloader especially, it allows the bait, when you hop your rod tip, it really hunts out to the side. And it's because it doesn't have that paddle tail or a claw tail keeping it straight. And a lot of times those other two trailer styles will just keep the bait straight and you catch fish on it. But sometimes when you're, especially like right now, we just came off a shad spawn, there's shad everywhere, we're seeing them jump all over the lake. You want that bait to do something different, always hopping around and moving. And absolutely, I mean, it's been proven all over the pro circuits. And Luke made fun of me this morning because I picked it, because he said, of course you would pick the bait that they've won all these tournaments on in the last 2 years, and he's exactly right. The cool thing about it, Jacob Wheeler designed it so you can fish it multiple ways. Live scoping on a jig head minnow, using, you know, out deep and just fishing it on a spinning rod, fishing it slow, or like these guys are doing on the back of a chatterbait. But there you go, Rapala Crush City Freeloader in a pretty shad color called Sight Flash. Check them out at Academy. There you go, my bait tip of the day. Now back to the action. Jason, I haven't heard from you in a minute. I'm imagining, I see there's a ton of boats up there where you are though. I looked at the tracker earlier. It looks like some people are pushing from down here up there.
Right at something. Yeah. Yeah, I know in the past this has been the river sometimes hard to get to. Once you get here though, you kind of want to hang out and stay. Have you noticed any current up here yet today? Yeah. Thank you guys, appreciate your time today. Y'all have a good day, be safe. We're gonna bounce around. We got some for TV.
We're with boat 75, Chris Cardinville Shellyak, running around trying to find these guys. Got a tracker with them, and they have a limit in the boat, fishing shallow, but they say small limit. Still looking for some upgrades. Fish biting around a little bit this morning, shallow though, for sure, here on Weiss. Lots of frogs, lots of swim jigs, a little bit of flipping and pitching going on. Shallow water Coosa River staples. As you can see, they're in that beautiful 921 Elite Phoenix. And if they were to win, an additional $8,000 on top of the $25,000 first place prize. Not a bad Saturday. Worth sitting out in the rain for, I can promise you that, for an 8-hour fishing day. The weather has kind of been the story of the day. Coming out of practice, these guys dealt with high skies, sun, heat, and now it looks like we just checked out the radar just a few minutes ago. We're going to have rain and clouds off and on most of the time these guys are fishing today. So definitely a complete 180 from practice. Loving seeing all the top water that we're getting to see this morning. It's a lot different than the first ABT 100, the Snow Bowl there at Logan Martin. And the cold, you could have thrown your frog on some ice that day. Guys, is this the game plan for the day right here? Fish shallow the entire time, or you gonna mix it up and go deep too?
We're gonna fish grass and shallow for a little bit, and then we're gonna go flipping docks.
Okay. Shallow.
We'll catch one or two good ones in the grass before we start flipping.
So, I don't know if you guys can hear them good or not, but working grass, working shallow, and then they're going to switch up to flip docks later. But they were hoping to get a couple good ones out of grass though, and they're coming up on a big grass bed. And we hope they catch a couple good ones while we're here. I believe Mr. Sweet Tea himself, Darian Craig, is coming back in here.
Luke, I think it's
Darian, who you
hilarious
caught
that
up
Wes
with?
Logan said I think it's hilarious that Wes Logan just said he's going to start shallow and then he's going to move out to the docks. Like, boat docks are Wes Logan's deep.
No, we've moved on from West, but yeah, it's a
okay.
We're with Carden and Chiliac now, but no.
Okay.
Either way, it's a plan.
Well, I have gut-wrenching news here, just in.
Okay.
I keep, sorry, I paused. I keep my app on in my pocket, and I keep bumping the music, and I had Cardi B playing for a second. I was trying to talk, and Cardi B playing. I have gut-wrenching news from Scott Cameron. He said they lost a 6-pounder in the grass.
Oh, wait.
That is not what you want to hear. How many of y'all got in the boat, though? Just one in the boat.
We only got one in there. Caught 6 or 8, but only 2 sheep.
Yeah.
You know, Darian, the number one thing you want to do after you lose a 6-pounder is talk to one of us.
to not be on camera talking to me. I wish this was you right
Yeah.
now. I would give anything. I would give anything to not be here right now. I would give anything for this to be Luke Duncan right now. Anything. Luke, I just poked my head in front of the camera so that everyone understands how serious. His voice is different, you know what I mean? His voice is like,
Oh, yeah.
I mean, I could tell in his answer, like, I really wish I didn't see you right now.
You've heard that in my voice a lot over the years as well, so you understand.
I just pocket sent a text in the group. I'm not kidding you, I just sent a pocket text in our ABT Live group chat of my leg and the letter M. My hands are, please show this. I need Jason and Luke and Kay to see. My hands are in my pocket. And I had Cardi B playing a second ago. My phone's wet in my pocket. And I'm gonna fish on it. Oh, shut up. It's a big one, he said. Come on. Sheesh. 4-something pound spot.
That's the spot. Coosa River spot there.
Sounds like Canterbury's doing what Canterbury does there.
What, catch a 4-pound spot under a boat dock on a skipping jig?
Exactly. Exactly.
Well, I'm talking about Cardi B and a leg tap.
Yeah. It's very on brand for the entire situation, you know?
I was thinking the same thing. That's the oddest situation.
What, the fact that you listen to Cardi B, or the fact that...
That 6-pounder hurt.
Sheesh, I'm mad. You have a 6-pounder and a 4-pounder right now. And it's 7:30.
That hurt, it makes it hurt worse.
Question on Facebook we already got right now from live viewers is, do you think the 6-pounder will bite again?
I don't know, that's what I was telling Terry. I don't, he acted like he might be on the bed. We caught a little one. We went back in there and caught a little one right after the exact same spot.
We got in here sitting on the grass. We said, man,
no, I don't know.
We don't even know if we should go over and fishing. And I picked up a frog and I was throwing, seen the grass move. I told Scott, I said, there's grass moving right there. It looked like a turtle. He said, it's probably a turtle. I worked the frog to the edge. She come up and got it. I hit her. Bought it for just a second, come off.
Jeez.
Got it.
He said the pocket's slim. He was fighting, I know that. He did not want to get in the boat.
We thought it was down pulling up there. Big spot.
Darian, the fish on Weiss Lake are definitely showing up and showing out this morning, I feel like. You know, we've not pulled up on a team so far that's really, you know, not having success. Just catching fish. Those big ones, like a 6-pounder that Scott and them lost, I mean, they're hard to come by. And they go a long ways, but man, fish are biting.
They are biting. I don't know if you heard, but they said that when they pulled in here, the grass, the patch of grass they wanted to go to, there was a boat sitting on it, and they said, should we even go back there? And as soon as they went back there, that's when the 6-pounder bit.
Was it on the pocket slim?
Wow.
No, just I used the body of it. Go away that too.
If y'all listen close, Scott just gave away a little tip with that pocket slim on the body. There's some videos of you talking about that.
Yep.
Slide it up the shank.
Gives it a little body, color, contrast, and it's got bait fuel in it.
Yep.
Scott's one of those guys that when he says anything about a jig, you better listen.
Don't always pick on it.
mean,
he hit the fish hard. I mean, it didn't like he did anything wrong.
Biggest one we had biting practice and everything. I told him I said, that's the bite we know. Way back here. You never know.
Tail's still a little bit bloody.
Yeah, like you've been dead.
Wow.
I ain't even thought about a bed.
Brenton's got a jig right here. I'll show this. Canterbury was just talking about it. I'll show this. So he takes he's throwing a jig just like this one, and what he was saying is he tears the body. So the net bait makes a crawl similar to this one, and he tears the body of it off just like so. And he pushes it up, and he leaves it like that. Canterbury's known for throwing a chunk trailer. So just hang the chunk off the back of it. So it gives a little bit more body is what he's saying. And that little bit of plastic in there, if you're throwing a chunk, that's just exposed hook. And there's nothing back there. So it gives a little more body. It also is kind of a guard, if you will, for that chunk because it just hangs down here. And it doesn't let that chunk slide off the jig when you skip it. That's what he does a bunch. But he said the other thing is it's got bait fuel in it. So other than, rather than throwing, a lot of people put a trick worm up there or whatever, but that doesn't have bait fuel. And that's obviously a new technology that American Bait Works has now, but you can see Canterbury's got on his wrap, but net bait plastics have that bait fuel in them. And they've even got a little syringe now. Luke has one, and it's got bait fuel in a syringe. You can put it into any plastics that you want. And there was a video of Canterbury this year at the Classic, and he had that bait fuel syringe and a pack of worms, and the night before the Classic started, he was just injecting every single bait with bait fuel. And they've got a video. You'll have to pull it up on social media. Or I don't know how if we could find the video for live. Probably not. But there's a bait fuel commercial that shows kind of, I guess, in a black light maybe, and it just shows the scent coming out of the plastics off that bait fuel. And the comparison that it had a regular bait and kind of what comes out of it, and then it showed the bait fuel baits, and it was just a ton of scent coming out.
Darian, I'm impressed you know all of that. Thank goodness Scott Canterbury did a video on
I read it. No, I'm holding a tutorial book. I've got a little pamphlet here. It's from the packaging, actually. I'll just read. That's actually on the back of the box, Luke. No, Luke, I've been around the block twice, but I didn't catch a lot of fish along the way. But I did try a bunch of things. Luke, and to your point earlier, I would have loved to get Canterbury to give us that same demonstration, but after you lose a 6-pounder on tournament day, the very, very, very last thing on this list. I'm not asking him that. Yeah. Maybe at weigh-ins you can ask him, but I'm not asking him that now.
Yeah. No, I don't blame you. That's a
hazard.
What, though, that's a job
Luke,
hazard.
I will say this about. Yeah, I will say this about all the pros that have fished the ABT 100s. In my experience with them, normally when they're fishing for their day job, when they're fishing an Elite Series event, it's multiple days, extremely high stress, tons of media, tons of it's a stressful thing. And if you talk to them on those events, a lot of times they're doing their job. You know, this is their day job, and you wouldn't want somebody bothering you at yours. But when they're out here on these events, it actually has been really cool to me to see how well they open up about what they're doing, and just they realize that this is a weekend event. It's a little bit less, or I would imagine it's a lot less stress, but it is obviously still a high purse. But they do open up a bunch more, and you can cut up a little more than normal. We've obviously, me and you, have been able to cover guys on big time events. And, you don't do as much question asking on those.
Not near as much, especially after they lose a 6-pounder. And we've got Carden and Shellyak here, and they have fished some of the most beautiful grass on this lake without a bite right here. And they've already got a limit. Throwing a frog, throwing a swim jig. Darian's going to go find another team, and we're still hanging in here with Chris Carden, Will Shellyak, boat number 75. We've got things happening all over Weiss Lake, though. If you're just now joining us, you want to stay with us for the rest of the morning here on ABT Live, presented by Amherst. Fish are biting on Weiss, and lots of different patterns kind of coming into play today so far from what we've seen this morning on the teams we've covered. Chris and Will coming up on a dock here that got a traffic light. They hope it flips green and a 5-pounder bites. They didn't even throw it. How are you not going to throw at the traffic light? I got to throw at that. I got to throw at it. Also, how are you going to have one of those mounted and not have it powered up? I guess if you pull in here and it's on red, the owner doesn't want you to fish his boat dock. When we first pulled in on these guys, they were telling us they had a limit, and their plan was to fish grass to try to hopefully upgrade a couple more times, and then they're going to spend the rest of their day flipping docks. Sun trying to break through a little bit, but still a little bit of rain. Feel like it's going to be off and on like that all day, though, from looking at the radar. Tell you right now, in the area that we're in, somebody is cooking bacon, and the smell is hitting Brenton and I right square in the nose, and makes me want a Jack's biscuit. Jax needs a Coosa River delivery service. We've not seen these guys catch one since we joined them, and it's hard to believe because, man, they have fished some amazing looking cover. I believe
for them to get me online. I wanted to get on sooner. As soon as you mentioned that you wish they had bacon. Well, yeah, I heard them. I heard you say that you smelled bacon, and you and Brent were getting all happy, and you mentioned you wanted the Jack's biscuit delivery system, and I wish that I'd have been on a few seconds earlier so I could make an appropriate time to joke, but I'll hold it. I'll hold it now that I missed my opportunity. Okay.
You just joined us on live.
I hear the K's got. Well, I had to figure out something to make fun of you about. Y'all had a moment with me many times. I'm scrapping right now, Luke. You're not giving me much ammunition.
I'm swinging a
Hey,
miss.
I will say, you mentioned earlier when you were watching Wes how neat it is to watch a guy that's known for doing something, to watch him do his craft. And we just pulled back in a pocket, and if you just like heard the sentence, Scott Carenberry is fishing boat docks, it's like he's exactly what you picture him at right now. And I mean, he is skipping, perfect cast, no splash, every angle, every this, every that. It's like, I'm just kind of sitting back away from him. There's docks on both sides. Whoever's watching back at home, I'm not going to get it really much closer than this because there's docks on both sides of us. I don't want to spook a fish coming in that he's going to hit going out, but it is quite a show. Looks like there might be a little run-in of some sort back here in the back, but I think he's going to skip that. Skip as in he's not going to go back to it.
Darian in our ABT group text, Miss Kay is definitely having breakfast. She just sent us a Jack's breakfast plate that she's having there in the ABT mobile studio, and I think that we need to make a big push, you and I, and we'll get Jason involved. I think the ABT takeoff pontoon, we should just fill that thing up with sausage biscuits from Jack's, and Daniel Montgomery and tournament director John Simpson, they should offer those to the anglers and the team out here on the water.
I 100% agree with that. Canterbury just caught a little 13-incher. I completely agree with that. Boat number 3, here's your biscuit, and hey, y'all good luck. Split, cut it in half, and y'all share it. Boat number 4, here's a bacon, egg, and cheese. Number 4.
The only difference in what you just said and how it would actually go would be like, boat number 3, because I'd be eating biscuits the entire time. That's the problem.
You can get you a double gravy up there.
Yeah, that's right.
Luke Duncan's in my ear talking nonsense, and I just told him you caught one. He's saying that we need a Jack's biscuit delivery on the takeoff boat, so everybody we call boat numbers, we can hand them a Jack's biscuit. So are y'all planning to fish boat docks pretty much all day? Or you're doing this all day? Shallot, grass, docks, grass?
Fish docks all day, and in the rain and all that, we're just fixing it up.
So when you have a day like this, I mean, I would say this is a good fishing day, it feels like.
Yeah.
How many, when you have an expectation you're going to skip docks pretty much the whole day, how many fish are you looking for today? How many do you think you're going to catch?
I mean, during practice you can catch quite a few. It's just a matter of catching 3 pounds, 1 over 3. The grass bite's what's been so slow, but today, with would be a great day to fish grass. And it's not a great day for docks. You don't get a shade or anything. You know, they don't actually set up like they do sometimes after you get a shade line. So, you know, I mean, you still get bits. I mean, I told Terry on the way up here, I've had days at Logan Martin catch 18 pounds of spots off docks in the pouring down range. Largemouths don't necessarily set up like that because, I mean, spots use it more for structure than they do for shade a lot of times, I think. So, I mean, I think we'll still get some bites. It's just a matter of getting some good ones, you know. Should have a heck of a start. But it's all good. It'll work out. I mean, if we wouldn't have got that bite, you can't. That's why you got to think about it. Like you didn't even get the bite.
Yeah.
When we fished miles of grass in practice, couldn't get a bite like that.
Yeah.
So we'll stay shallow all day. Hopefully it'll work out.
All right, go catch some big ones, boys.
Catch a bunch of them.
Bunch of those right there.
Catch a lot of little ones. For some reason, the lake used to not be that bad about that. I think it had a really good spawn last year. Used to you catch 8 or 10 or fish or so, and it'd be, you know, 2.5 to 3 pounds would be small a lot of times.
Popular area back here right there.
Fished the tournament with Tim Hurt. He got hung. Man, don't break it. I said, don't break it. He said, oh, I didn't break it on. You know, that just gives me a different angle to approach something that I would have. So, it's not always bad. If you're not putting it in there, you're not going to get bit either. Dirty jigs makes plenty of them. You can cut it. That's that Honda or that Canterbury Cross? Yeah. Open that lid. There's some more of them.
I got a bunch somewhere too. I'm gonna use your trailer right. You don't want it.
Right there on the right. Right there by your hand. There's the Canterbury Cross. Half and 3/8.
I'm gonna do half and this is 3/8, right?
Yeah.
All right, Jason, we've got to watch a little bit of a dock skipping clinic and a couple of lessons with Scott, and he said one of his main tricks is that if you have your partner hangs up, don't get him to break it off, so you can get in close and you get a couple more casts and different angles than what you were fishing before. But it sounds like you've caught up a boat number 98. Who you got right now?
Well, we're with David Campbell and Josh Porter, guys. Doing a little something different today out here in the deep water.
Catch a lot of fish shallow these size.
Okay.
Caught a couple out here deep and we'll get the fish. Just don't want to bite today. Conditions these past 2 days.
Yeah. A little overcast today.
Yeah. Shallow fish only bite good today and I'll miss it.
Well, you know, you got to roll with the punches sometimes.
We went shallow this morning.
Yeah.
Wow. Caught a couple. And we got 3 in the box.
What kind of weight you think you got? What kind of weight you think you got?
Probably 7 pounds.
Okay. Off to a start though. If these fish could come on, does it take the sunshine? What's it going to take?
For these ledges, I mean, you need a little bit of sun. I mean, that right there.
Yeah. That's the first sun we've actually seen today, so you're welcome. We brought it for you.
I said a 5-pounder if you help with that.
Oh, I mean, I got one. I just, you know. Where are you guys from?
I'm from Champlin, Southern Congress.
Okay. Y'all fish Weiss much?
I do. This is his first time out here.
First time. What do you think about it? It's different, right?
It's different. It's a lot different.
Yeah.
I like the lake. That end up there is way different.
Way different. Yeah.
That's a neat world up there.
It is. That's what I've been telling them. You know, you get up. We were up in the river earlier, and you get up there, it is definitely different.
Running by all that standing timber stuff, I'm not used to that.
Yeah. How many days y'all spent practicing?
We come up Wednesday night.
Okay.
Thursday, Friday. It's a pretty decent fishing practice, but it's been very hard to get this bite. It's a lot of fish. But in this series, you gotta have a big one. You gotta catch them.
What kind of weight y'all think it's going to take today? Think so?
There'll be a couple 18-pound bags.
Okay.
Probably 16 pounds got a check. Tell them what we got, just like that.
Okay. Well, we'll let you guys make that move. And all right, you're very welcome. Thank y'all for your time today. Well, you hear these guys are out here fishing deep and trying a little something different. Said they had really had a good chance in practice to catch some big ones and kind of mixing it up. We haven't seen a lot of guys out deep. So the grass bite's probably wearing it out for them this morning. They did catch it. About 3 of them for about 7 pounds so far. So just kind of trying something different. Sunshine's starting to pop out just for a second here. We're going to let these guys pull off and kick it around. May have to run back to Miss Kay here in the studio, or to Darian. Darian, you still doing the dock bite over there? What you got going on? Fishing boat docks?
Yeah, we're just fishing boat docks. We've got a shallow pocket, a good fishing pocket. There's kind of a lot going on, and if y'all know Scott Canterbury and his style of fishing, this is what you would imagine it would be. Bouncing between docks and river grass, frogging, jigging, skipping a jig, and having fun. Like he mentioned it earlier, this is an event where he can fish with his buddy Terry and chill a little bit. Obviously there's still a competitive level that you want to win, and you know, things are high stake. There's $25,000 at first place plus the contingencies that he'd be eligible for. So talking about a big payday, but it is a little bit laid back than their pro events, a Bassmaster Elite Series event. And so really cool. I know we've got, Miss Kay just texted and said that we've got good numbers on Facebook and on YouTube today. So thank you all if you're watching back at home and you've got, you didn't want to get out in the rain. We're out in it for you. So if you want to watch fishing, if you wanted to go fishing today, but it's raining and you didn't, you can just watch it. We've got 100 of, I don't want to say the best pros in the state because there's some folks who aren't fishing. The regular ABTs are not here, so I can't say the best fishermen in the state, but there's 100 teams of really, really good ones. And in these events, you can have pros, which is a really cool format. You know, in the regular Alabama Bass Trail events, we have the North and the South, 5 tournaments in each, feeds to a championship. No pros are allowed to fish. So I don't remember what the exact specs are, but if you fish for a living, you can't fish in the regular Alabama Bass Trail. Created the ABT 100s so that the pros can fish. You can have 1 pro angler and 1 amateur angler in the boat at the same time. On the front of this boat is Scott Canterbury and Terry Stevens, and is the amateur or partner. I hate saying the word amateur, but that's just the word I'm going to use for today. But these guys are fishing for $25,000 first place, and you know, plus they have contingency money with whatever their sponsors may be or whatever, you know, units they have on their boats or different equipment. Some of those companies pay $5,000, $7,000, $10,000 in bonus money. So there's a lot of other things they can win as well. But if y'all are watching back at home, there's 100 teams fishing this event, or 100 teams signed up for this event. And we've got trackers on about 30 of them. So we've got these iPads that have truly everyone's exact location. And we're able to pull up on guys just like we did with Canterbury and go right to their spots so we can watch them fish. So if you've got anyone that you'd like us to cover or maybe go try to find, we've got myself, I'm Darian Craig. Luke Duncan is out on the lake. Oh, big hooks out there. Oh, good one. Oh, good one. Sorry, I got a little fired up there. He ain't a hammer, but he's going in the box.
Huh?
I said he ain't a hammer, but he's going in the box.
He's going in the box right now.
Is that number 3 or 4? 4. Number 4. Number 4. So, but as I was saying, we've got a bunch of people on live. We've got around 30 trackers out. We got Bassmaster Elite Series pros, Bassmaster Classic champion, Bassmaster Angler of the Year here, and several other, you know, these guys fish all the different pro trails. So if you've got anyone you'd like us to go try to cover today, you can comment that in the comments below. And also, if you've got any fishing questions, we can ask. I mean, this is firsthand to be able to ask a question to somebody like Canterbury or any of the other pros. So if y'all got fishing questions, Miss Kay has, she texts them over to us as soon as they come in. So if you've got fishing questions, comment those below. We are reading them. We see them. We appreciate them. And we will do our best to get them answered. I believe we had a boat. I think this could be Randy Talbert just pulled in this same creek we're in. I can go check that on the iPad, but you can see camera, he just turned the jets on. They fished this big lay down tree here to our left, and then turned the jets on to get around this point. Let's pull up the iPad and see who we got. We've got, looks like could be boat number 64. Talbert and Morris, and these boys here have caught many a bass on this lake. We're going to jump over to them for a little while. And for those of you who are listening back home, if y'all could have heard my comms, Miss Kay just said, if you can find these guys, I'd like you to go cover them for a minute, and I'll be John Brown if they didn't just slide around in here 50 feet in front of me. I'm sure she saw that on the tracker, but that was pretty clutch timing. Randy Talbert, Eric Morris, 2 certified bass snatchers.
Darian, I caught up with another bass snatcher right here, one of those certified, Brent Crow, sitting on 2 fish. Said 1 good one and 1 keeper.
I heard that Brent's partner wasn't able to make it out to this event, so Brent's having to fish solo.
Brent is flying solo.
Oh, fish on, Luke.
What?
Fish on, Luke. Bass snatcher. Eric
a practice
Morris
place?
With a 14-incher. 15-incher. 14-incher.
Do you think it's the weather got them scattered kind of deal? Because that's what we've been talking about this morning, is a complete 180 than what y'all saw in practice.
Darian, I know you got a fish on. Brent was telling me that we're on a road bed right now. We're up here in the little river area, and he said this is one of those practice places that's burning him right now because he had so many bites. Said it was a 1-cast deal yesterday, just boom, 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 and hadn't been able to relocate him. He's caught a couple of grass this morning, but not been able to catch him on this offshore spot like he wants to.
And that is why I like our job better than his job today, because that is a decision that's tough to make. Good thing for you is you just follow whatever he decides to do, and you don't have to make a $25,000 decision.
Brent's one of those guys that he's made plenty of those decisions that can win him big money. He's good at making those decisions from time to time. He's got several $100,000 in earnings on those good decisions, so you know he'll put it together before the end of the day.
Yep. He is having to fish solo today, though. Well, that doesn't stop.
Listen, when you're as good as Brent Crow, you don't need any help.
You don't need help at all. Sometimes you might even fish better solo than you would with a partner. You know?
I think Trey Swindle probably likes having a new partner in this. You know, I think about that sometimes.
Yeah,
sometimes
he had me and you, so
can help you.
He kicked us both out.
He struck out twice. He went from bad to worse quick on that deal. Now he's got little Sam George.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's any better.
Oh, another fish on, Luke. A little small one again. All right, I've got to point out something very interesting, Luke. These guys are very familiar with this lake, and I would love to have Miss Kate Church, or just maybe on the comms, but I believe that Randy lives really close to this lake. I think he lives on the northern end of this lake, I believe. But anyhow, these guys have, this is a very popular creek, and this is the only boat, they're the only boat that has fished where they're fishing at right now. I bet we've seen 12 or more boats in and out of this creek, and including several of the touring pro anglers, and they're the only ones that have fished this offshore spot. Luke, they're fishing a point kind of in the middle of this creek and fishing way out off of it in a deeper spot, but only guys that fish out here.
That's similar to what we've got Brent doing here too. You know, most people are beating the banks in this little river area, but you got him offshore. You do see a few boats sitting off points and things as you run around today, but seems like the majority are on the bank. Darren, the one thing you notice with Brent right here, he's working a shaky head, but I don't know if the folks at home can see it, but this spot is so unbelievably rocky and rough. You could watch him. His shaky head almost hangs every single time he pulls it, and his rod will actually load up.
Oh, wow.
It almost looks like he's getting bit, you know, and then he hops it over the rock. I mean, this spot is apparently really nasty.
Very interesting. That means I'd break off. I'd forget to retie and break off.
Gotta wet them knots. It looks like it's plenty rough down there, Brent. Brent said he's seeing plenty of fish on his live scope down there, but they're being stubborn. Brent said he caught a first cast big one on this spot yesterday. You'll be all right. We got the whole team in here right now. Welcome back to the party, Jason.
I legitimately think Jason went and found a biscuit somewhere. As long, I mean, hey,
He's
I
been
offered him a biscuit this morning. He turned it down. Yeah, easy.
All right, I'm here, I promise. We got 30-pound bag, so thought we'd come back live.
You sound like you're late to a Zoom call right there. I'm here. I'm here. You sound like you're running late to a Zoom call right there.
Well, somehow my microphone cut off. Yeah, I was running late to a Zoom call earlier this week that I didn't even make it to. I think Miss Kay said we're in the Phoenix 3 box right now, so I'm on a Phoenix boat. Are y'all on a Phoenix boat?
I'm on a Phoenix.
I'm covering
well,
a Phoenix.
I caught up with, there we go.
Yeah, that's what we're
caught up with.
So we got a triple Phoenix.
Caught up with Nolan Spencer here. I mean, I think this guy's caught some fish here before. If I'm not mistaken, it was a bag we talked about earlier. You know, 2684. Nolan, you guys are trying to run from us earlier. You can run, but you can't hide today, right? Yeah, y'all were up the river and everybody scattered. I said, well, we'll catch up with y'all later. What kind of weight y'all got? How much? Coming back with a 26-pound bag, is that what you said? Really? Well, you've caught them good here before. It's really changed today than what it was in practice.
It has. And I was hoping it would make the fight better.
Yeah?
But so far for us, it just feels like that. I'm sure people will catch them that way, but in the past year, for me, it's always been really good or really bad. I don't really know what to do. I don't know. I have to figure out what to do.
Yeah.
Maybe we'll run into them.
Yeah. Talk for just a second about that 26-pound bag that you caught here. What was that like that day?
Man, it was unbelievable. So that was probably the best practice I've ever had. I came like the weekend before and had over 20 pounds, fishing really shallow. And then on Thursday before the tournament, I had about 20 pounds on a shad spawn. Friday is actually when I found the spot that we caught them on, and caught this big spot. And decided to start on him because I felt like there's so many over there that it was our best option to get a good start. And sat there for like 30 minutes and never had a bite. And my partner was like, man, we gotta go to your shad spawn fish when it's raining.
Wow.
And then we caught 5 spots pretty quick. And then, like every 10 or 15 minutes, on a big largemouth, we pulled every one of them out. We had probably 18 pounds of spot, and then we pulled them all out. The last spot we threw back weighed 391, and we pulled every one of them.
Throwing back 4 pounds.
Yeah, it was awesome. It was the best day.
That is so awesome. We're going to sit back and watch the fish for a minute. Thank y'all for your time. Good job. I know you got your head down and don't catch it today. You got to hang out and figure out what they're doing. us a little bit now. The clouds are breaking up, but the rain's coming down still. I heard Nolan say that this shallow bite should be producing, and it may be producing for somebody. They ran up the river earlier and tried something that they felt like was going to be a good thing, and did not pan out for them. Kind of bouncing around a couple different things now. Looks like they're gonna make a move here. Running and gunning. We may try to stay with them. Well, guys, we're gonna follow these guys along. We're gonna let you take a little bit of a break here, get a word from our sponsors, and we will be right back from the ABT 100 at Weiss Lake. Let's roll.
Live coverage of the Alabama Bass Trail 100 Series is brought to you by Garmin, Power Pole, Big Bite Baits, Mountain Dew, and Yamaha.
At Phoenix Boats, our passion for fishing is obvious. Whether it's a pro event or fishing with our family and friends,
We truly love the sport of fishing.
that's why our goal is to make every single Phoenix boat that goes out the door the best fishing platform it can be in both design and construction.
We love to fish as much as anyone, and we believe it shows in every boat we build.
Phoenix Boats, built by anglers for anglers.
Here at Lanners McClarty Chevrolet, it's time to pick your offer on a new Chevy Silverado 1500. That's right, pick the offer that's best for you. Choose rates as low as 2.9% for 72 months, or how about up to $12,000 off all Silverados? They have the best selection in years with over 500 pre-owned vehicles available. Big store, big on savings, and big on customer service. Visit LannersMcClartyChevrolet.com.
Some things ain't worth keeping. Yesterday's traditions, today's adventures, tomorrow's memories. Now that's something worth keeping. Fish Alabama and find your keeper.
For more information, visit fishalabama.org.
You let me see. Things you let me see.
We're a big old Southern family here, so we know how to cook. We're doing chicken sandwiches the Southern way. There's our new blackened chicken sandwich, smothered cheesy bacon, and classic Southern fried. Try them today, only at Jack's.
Welcome back to this second stop of the Alabama Bass Trail 100. You are looking at Leesburg Landing in Leesburg, Alabama. Thanks again to the town of Leesburg, Mayor Brandy Pierce, and all the volunteers that helped us this morning and will help us this afternoon as we start carting all of these fish to the stage. Leesburg Landing is one of the premier fishing destinations for a tournament organization. Lots of parking, lots of great dock space now. It's just a phenomenal facility. It was a really fun project to work on, and I enjoyed working on this particular fishing destination. I do want to remind you, weigh-in does start at 2:30 this afternoon here at Leesburg Landing. There is a couple of bleacher seating here, but you may want to bring your lawn chairs. Also an umbrella, because it does look like it is going to be raining throughout the day. Also, we will have the live coverage of the weigh-in here on the website on alabamabastrail100.org, on both Facebook pages as well as on our YouTube channel, Alabama Bass Trail TV. You can see the team is already working to get everything set up and ready for that weigh-in. It does start at 2:30 p.m. here at Leesburg Landing. Lots of parking for spectators as well. So please come out. We have Crush City hats for the first 50 spectators that show up, so we'll be giving those out. So please make sure that you come out and see us today. Jason is back on another team. I think he's still with Nolan Spencer and Robbie Spencer. So Jason, we're going to go out and get back out on the water with you.
All right, we're back out here. We kind of pulled to an offshore spot now, doing something a little bit different. You know, you got to mix it up on these days, try to find them. It just takes time to get on the right fish and the ones that want to bite for sure. So, mixing up a little live scope deal now. We were just back in the pocket that's just on the back side of them. We just jetted out here to the deeper water now. We're sitting in about 26 foot of water. Water temp's 76 degrees. We're not far from the bridge. We're just back in a pocket from there. I know the guys have talked all day about current, and really haven't seen much yet. Of course, it probably wouldn't affect the fish that are in here. What's going to affect them here is sunshine and wind and everything else. So he's chasing fish here, on just looking at them and throwing at them. Bite's tough today for the guys we've been on, and it'll be interesting to weigh in today to see what actually was the key. You know, if you're watching this morning, don't forget to tune in this afternoon to watch the weigh-in, because we'll be live coverage from the weigh-in. You can get every detail of what happened and how these guys actually caught them this afternoon. Luke will be bringing them across the stage. We'll get a chance to talk to the winners. Everyone else is. Get them to share as many secrets as we can get them to share. So. Well, I think Darian's back out hanging with Trey Swindle and Sam George. I mean, is this just, you know, you can't catch fish with him, so you're just going to come watch him catch fish, I guess, Darian. Is that the plan?
Yeah, I never caught many fish with Treybo, so I just figured I'd come watch him catch fish with somebody else. I did see Sam swing and a miss. Was that a bite or was it a rock? Have y'all caught any out here yet? Was that bite? Already this morning? Right here? Today? Oh, nice. So y'all, what y'all got now? Two good ones.
When we swing the bat, it's big. When we swing the bat, it's big.
It's gone.
It'll be all right. We just need to swing 3 more times.
Trey said when we swing the bat, I hope Luke can hear me right now, but Trey said when we swing the bat, it's big. So they got 2, each of them are 3 3/4, they said. Luke, Trey Swindle said when they swing the bat, it's big. They got 2 fish, but they're both 3 3/4. He said if we can swing 3 more times, we could be good. Should be good. So is this the spot? This is what y'all are counting on for? Y'all said you had something good at practice offshore.
Our best stuff we had to do.
Oh boy.
Stuff's going up the lake.
Oh, they're still, Luke. They're still not even got to the good stuff yet. This is their C and D holes. Not even their A and B holes.
So Darian, I was making a run down to where they're at because I got a text from Sam telling me they caught a couple good ones, and then I hear you in my ear. Hey, I'm on Trey and Sam, and so I stopped on Buck and Amanda right here. But yeah, those boys had a pretty good practice, and I think they've got a lot of stuff left to go from what Sam was saying.
Well, I'm not even sorry that I took your spot. I'm really not. I'm glad I was able to get down here before you were.
No, we ain't caught a limit yet, Buck. Buck wanted to know if I got them yet, Darian.
Okay.
Are you serious? You do need a new partner, Buck. He said Amanda cut his hooks off last night while he was sleeping, Darian.
Jeez. I'm surprised that he got me sleep, to be honest.
Well, last night he tried to negotiate me as his new tournament partner. Miss Kay wouldn't allow it. She wouldn't let me MC and fish with Buck.
Oh, Sammy's got one. I think he's hung on a brush pile or something. He's holding tension. I don't know if it's hung up or what. Something going on. I really don't know what's going on. I think he's hung up on the camera, whatever it was.
Buck hooked up. Let's go. Ooh, that's a big splash. Back in the grass, Buck. Looks like a good one. Here's a pretty good fish. Here we go, man, over from that. There we go. Let's go. Right there. There we go. She gave you your hooks back, Buck. I can see. There we go. Hold him up.
I gotta measure him first.
Yeah, right. You don't have to measure that one. I'll go straight to the box. We're gonna take a look back at that catch from Buck. I mean, sets a hook on that fish in the grass. You can see that thing was pushing water all over the place in that water willow. Amanda was quick with the net, scooped it up, and even slapped him on the back. I think it was an affectionate slap. I don't think it was aggressive. She might have been saying, finally. They said they've been having kind of a slow morning. Back live with Buck and Amanda. They're telling us last night they're really looking forward to Eufaula is what they consider their home lake. That's where they live the closest, but they like Weiss. Now, Amanda, you promised me y'all were going to make it through at boat 23 this morning and be on time, and you were late.
123.
Yeah, 123.
You were more, yeah.
I thought I was fishing with Trey today, so I was waiting on him.
Yeah, they went out 123 instead of 23. 123 out of 100 boats. We have a joke with Buck and Amanda. They do miss blast off sometimes by either a few numbers or by a lot of numbers. And last night they said, we'll be there. Boat 23, we got a good number, we're gonna be there. And they did come rolling through after all the boats were gone. Buck was telling us last night that his boat, even though it's got that 250 horsepower Yamaha on the back of it, only run about 40 miles an hour because Amanda brings so much tackle. She can't go by a tackle store and not buy everything they have and load it up in their boat. Just fishing this really shallow water willow. You can see them actually kicking up mud as they go around it, but this entire pocket is full of life. We've seen some birds, you see blue heron, you see some shad flicking around, and really looks good. And you got to think with this rain and clouds that somebody's going to catch a big bag out of this grass today. I believe I got the one and only Darian Craig coming back on. Darian? Are you still
Trey
with
and Sam just
Team
bounced over to
LOB?
another. Yeah, I am. They bounced over to another spot pretty close. Actually, the same exact spot that last year in the championship here on Weiss, Spencer and Reese were on, and they said they found a lot of fish here in that tournament, and that was later in the fall. And I believe that Trey and Sam are actually kind of rotating almost the exact same spots that they were back in the fall. But Trey, I believe first or second cast just swung and missed one right as they pulled up on this spot. But I can't really tell. It's pretty windy and there's a lot going on down here. We can't really get in too close to their graphs to see. It kind of looked like they were throwing at a brush pile. I could see it for a second, but it could have been fish. But they're definitely offshore.
I definitely think their game plan was more isolated brush. After they fished grass this morning, it's kind of what they were telling me last night. And Sam may or may not have caught one about 7 pounds yesterday doing that.
Yeah, they just need that one.
One of those that you wish you hadn't set the hook. Yeah, that's the one you don't want to set the hook on Friday. And Darian, I'm going to brag for a second. I do believe they may be throwing a bait that I may or may not have designed. No big deal. Ooh. No big deal. I did get some pictures yesterday of that LOB jig hanging out of some big largemouth.
You need to get those in the academy.
Shameless plug right there. Get at me, Academy. Come on, holler at your boy.
See? If y'all will stock them, we will provide them.
That's right. You would think Academy really would want to work with me, especially because I've been rocking those awesome Magellan shirts on stage. Darian, I've had those.
Yep.
Some would call them Hawaiian shirts, but they're really not. Especially my Alabama Peach one that I wore at the Alabama River.
Well, you just sold 2 more jigs right here because they broke 2 off in this brush pile.
Fun fact.
So there's
those 2 don't like to pay for anything.
$7 for Luke Duncan fun.
No,
Yeah,
$7 away from me. But
yeah.
But they got that fisherman handshake with their palms up all the time. They want them 3 jigs. I had to keep my compartments locked on my boat last night because they were staying at the same hotel we were. I was worried about them getting in here and trying to get a few more. Darian, I know those guys are fishing offshore, and we're seeing some people do that. And we're here with Buck and Amanda fishing water willow. And I keep saying on live, I feel like somebody's going to catch a big bag out of the grass. Don't you feel like it's that kind of day with this weather?
I definitely think that. I mean, we already saw Canterbury said they had a 6-pounder come off in the grass, and I mean, this whole lake's full of it. So if you pull up on the right stretch and there's 2 or 3, big ones that size in the same area, you catch them real quick, bam, bam, and
Buck just got blown up on a hook. Oh no! Oh, we lost it. Oh, that was he just had a fish. He just had a fish eat what looks like a frog. How big was that one, Buck? He said that was a 5+ right there. That was it absolutely thrashed his frog almost at the trolling motor. Oof. he stuck it for about 2 or 3 cranks with a reel handle. Darian, you know that moment you had with Scott Canterbury earlier, where you just wish you were anywhere but right there? That's kind of what I'm going through right now, a little bit awkward, you know. A little bit awkward. I'm glad they're great folks, but you know, I feel like having me and Brenton watching you go through that is probably not fun. He's going. Amanda's dancing in the back there. I think we're good. Welcome back, Jason Durant.
Sorry, I've been chasing the big guys. I got Wes Logan here, and he's just bouncing around a little bit. And I'm just bouncing around a little bit, catching, you know, got about 13, 14 pounds, he says. He's got 2 big ones and 3 little ones. So fish some boat docks, fish some grass. So what's pretty cool about these guys, you know, is why it takes me so long to get back on live, because as soon as I find them, they crank up and leave. So we've been running all over the lake today. So Spencer ran all the way back in the pocket after we pulled up on him, and now Wes has run all the way back in another pocket. So these guys are definitely bouncing around a lot. They're not just going to sit on one spot and try to milk it. They're going to move around and try to find the fish. So sitting on about 13 pounds. It's off to a good start, I think. If you got the 2 good ones, Luke, you know, all you got to do is call out the 3 little ones, right?
No doubt, that's a heck of a foundation, and you know, we've heard that from a couple teams, like Darian covering Trace, Wendell, Sam George, same thing. They got 2 or 3 good ones already. You just need to cull a few more times, and a lot of daylight left, right? A lot of time left on the clock to get it done. And we covered Wes early this morning in Yellow Creek, and he's not easy to keep up with, Jason. He stands on that trolling motor, and then he pulls that trolling motor up and hopscotches around. He's definitely moving water today.
Yeah, the trolling motor's on high over here too, and they're just standing on it. You know, and they'll just went by a little ramp here and about to go up to a dock and flipping the jig.
Trey and Buck just caught at the exact same time.
A live double. Isn't that always how it goes? I don't know why the big ones don't want to come see me at weigh-in, but the little ones always show up. Mountain Dew big bass, Buck said. Buck, what bait is that you're getting bit on? You're not gonna tell me? Yeah. Okay. Buck not giving away the goods. He's throwing a, I thought it was a frog. It's some kind of topwater in the grass, and he's not gonna tell us.
You afraid somebody's gonna come in there and fish it this afternoon, or what?
He's not gonna give up the goods.
Huh.
Hey, if you keep catching them, I don't even need to know what it is.
To you.
That's right. Yeah, he's.
This one.
Buck says he's lost 2 over 5 today. That.
Wes just had a big swing and miss.
Jason and Darren, if you guys can hear Buck, he said he's throwing a red rattle trout here in this water. That's what he's winding through this grass that's as thicker than a Snicker.
The Weiss Lake secret, you know, the rattle trap.
Yeah, the old rattle trap in the grass trick. Well, I'll say this, whatever it is, when they get it, they get it. They don't like it coming by them in this grass. That's for sure. Guys, so far we've seen Buck catch 2 fish in here, lose a 5-pounder. It's hard for me to focus on commentating because I'm watching this bait come back and expecting to get blown up on every time he brings it through this grass. The bites are awesome when he gets one. And there's so much more grass in this pocket that they're going to cover. Amanda hooked up. Here we go. Buck was not as quick with the net as Amanda is. I'll say that. Didn't make the team.
That's who makes it, but you're not going to give us more than that. They say it's a big bite bait. They won't tell us which one. So get on bigbitebaits.com and go through every bait. You just got to buy one of everything to figure out what Buck and Amanda's secret is. One of every color, every shape and size on the Big Bite website until you find the magic. I can't wait to see what happens when they get to the back of this pocket. Pan back there, how juicy that looks. A couple of grass points coming together, a ditch splitting the grass right there. That, some willow trees, that feels like that's where it could happen. Hey, I'm not here to break up the team, guys. Just here to do my job. Amanda told Buck that she thought I brought good luck, and Buck said, yeah, that's why I want him to be my new fishing partner. So, got a lover's quarrel here, guys. I'm trying to be in the middle of it. They're gonna have to sort it out themselves. I will say they have caught three since we pulled in. But we could also be bad luck because they lost a big one.
lost it.
Luke, I think we're gonna try and get a little reset here. If you wanna take over the show for a minute, me and Kenny gonna make a little run.
All right, be safe out there. If you're just tuning in this morning, lots of bass catching going on Weiss Lake ABT 100 series, stock number 2 here. 3-event season. We'll wrap things up in November. Later this year, Wheeler Lake, Decatur, Alabama. But first, this afternoon we were crowned champion. The Angler of the Year race will start to really take shape after this event. Somebody's going to take home $25,000 this afternoon, plus potential contingency money. Not bad for a Saturday on a beautiful lake. Weiss Lake, not the biggest on the Fish River chain, but certainly full bass, big largemouth, big spots like we've seen today. Pre-tournament talk, we feel like it'll take at a bare minimum 20 pounds plus today to get it done. The caliber of anglers in this field and the conditions. We're currently bucking Amanda Williams. We've caught 3 fish since we've been here and lost 2. So they've lost 2 in the 5-pound range today. Amanda, hook up. This water willow shallow grass has really been the story for a lot of our anglers today. Seeing some folks fishing boat docks as well. We've got some brush fire fishing going on, and then people mixing in. There's a lot of offshore road beds and hard bottom areas offshore on this lake. Offshore stumps and things. We're seeing a mix of that as well on a lot of the teams that we've covered this morning. And when we're running around, you know, we're trying to bring you as many teams as we can so we see what's going on out here. And the boats are really scattered out. You know, there's not one big concentration, it doesn't seem like. Even in some of the historically popular areas, they're not really just piled up with boats. And, you know, obviously our game, this tournament game, is played on public water. And I think our anglers are really benefiting from the weather today because there's not as much local pressure out at all, and you're not seeing the, you know, Memorial Day weekend was last weekend, the official summer kickoff for boating, and this lake definitely has a lot of boaters that reside here, and so you're not seeing that pleasure boat traffic this morning yet either with this rainy rainy, wet day. Buck and Amanda finally getting back to the back of this pocket. We talked about it just a little bit earlier, but man, it looks great back there. Most of their bites have actually came, they're better fish that they lost. And Brenton, I'm going to be interrupted. Look at that bald eagle right there with that, right to your left. There's a crow chasing it. It's going to swing around right there. There's a crow after a bald eagle. You don't see that every day. Before I was rudely interrupted by that amazing wildlife there. Most of their bites, especially the better bites, seem to come through the mouth of the pocket. Man, this entire cove looks so good. It would be hard not to fish all the grass. I actually stopped chasing them on the trolling motor just because it's so shallow in here, and power pulled down because on both sides of the boat here, there's grass, and I'm sure they're going to fish. So I'm trying to be as quiet as I can, not to mess any of this grass up.
other than this rain that won't go away, it's a nice day out on Weiss, especially for June. You see June on the tournament schedule and you think, man, it's going to be 90 degrees and no wind, but it's a nice day. Great fishing conditions. Buck and Amanda are fishing a lot slower than a lot of the shallow water anglers we've covered so far today. Just really picking this grass apart. They fished about a 100 to 200 yard stretch of it on the left-hand side of this cut. Now they're coming back out, and several bites on the other side. You got to think they're going to get bit here on this side. If you've never fished this water willow, it can be intimidating because there's so much of it, and it does all look the same, but when you really get close to it though, when you're running down the lake it looks the same, but when you get close to it you can see there's a lot of turns in it, a lot of points. It makes little turns, little points, that make perfect ambush spots for the bass. Bluegill and shad like to get around this grass. Buck, that's the cast we need you to catch a 5-pounder on right there in front of the camera. That's when they're supposed to do it on cue, like they read the script.
5-pounder comes off, I'm loading the boat up.
He said if he hooks another 5-pounder comes off, he's loading the boat up. I can't blame him. Is this going to be the game plan for the rest of the day? Just fish a lot of grass?
deliver a Monster energy drink to you? We said earlier on live, we feel like we should take the blast-off pontoon and load it up with Jack's biscuits and provide a delivery service. Don't you think that'd be a good idea?
Yeah, I got something else in mind too. That Bush sponsor.
We do have a Bush sponsorship. I think Miss Kay and Tournament Director John Simpson would frown upon us delivering it during tournament hours, but just have it ready. Amanda said the Bush Light sponsorship might be why they miss takeoff sometimes. The Friday night pre-tournament meetings are brought to you by Bush sometimes for Buck and Amanda. Was she supposed to let you borrow one?
She was going to, I forgot.
Amanda said she's been flying around out here without a rain suit. Miss Kay told her she could borrow one. Amanda forgot to get it from her. All right, guys, we're going to take a quick commercial break here to thank all these sponsors that make everything possible here on the Alabama Bass Trail. And we'll be back to Weiss Lake for ABT 100 stop number 2 in just a few moments.
The Alabama Bass Trail 100 Series brought to you by Halo Fishing, Net Bait, Bait Fuel, and Snag Proof.
Phoenix Boats, our passion for fishing is obvious. Whether it's a pro event or fishing with our family and friends,
We truly love the sport of fishing.
that's why our goal is to make every single Phoenix boat that goes out the door the best fishing platform it can be in both design and construction.
We love to fish as much as anyone, and we believe it shows in every boat we build.
Phoenix Boats, built by anglers for anglers.
Here at Lanners McClarty Chevrolet, it's time to pick your offer on a new Chevy Silverado 1500. That's right, pick the offer that's best for you. Choose rates as low as 2.9% for 72 months, or how about up to $12,000 off all Silverados? They have the best selection in years with over 500 pre-owned vehicles available. Big store, big on savings, and big on customer service. Visit LannersMcClartyChevrolet.com.
Nobody wants to run out of power when they're on the water. There is a better way. Introducing the Charge Marine Power Management Station from PowerPole that does the work of 3 devices: a traditional battery charger, a charge on the run, and an emergency start system. PowerPole Charge.
Let's go!
Ooh, I love it.
Let's go! I think we should get some more.
Let's go!
She got it good too, T-boned it.
Let's go!
I love it.
Cheers!
Let's go.
Hey, Mama.
Hey, baby, how you doing today? We're a big old Southern family here, so we know how to cook. We're doing chicken sandwiches the Southern way. There's our new blackened chicken sandwich, grilled fresh with a bold blend of spices, smothered cheesy bacon, and classic Southern fried. These make Mama proud, so bring your family
So good.
to meet our family. Blackened, cheesy bacon, or classic. Try your favorite chicken sandwich today. I'm Mary Bonner, and I'm all about the South.
Welcome back to the second stop, the Alabama Bass Trail 100 here at Weiss Lake in Cherokee County. And as you can see, we are right on the banks here at Leesburg Landing, one of the top fishing destinations for tournament organizations in Alabama. We are excited to be here again. Thank you to the Chamber of Commerce here in Cherokee County, Ms. Joy Perry, and also to the town of Leesburg for helping us with volunteers and golf carts and different things to shuttle these anglers and fish back and forth. So thanks to them. I do want to remind you the weigh-in does start today at 2:30, and for the first 50 spectators that come, I'm going to try to hold that hat up so that you can see it. We'll be giving away the Crush City hat thanks to Rapala USA. They're providing those for the next few tournaments so that all of our spectators that come can have those. So I do want to say Wes Logan and Doug Logan report they have between 12 and 13 pounds, or 13 to 14 pounds. That would be our unofficial leader right now. Did not get a final weight on what Buck and Amanda felt like that they had. We did see some good fish catches there from Trey Swindle and Sam George. Again, Talbert and Morris also had fish in the boat. Canterbury and Stevens got back to them. They had 4 fish in the boat. We're catching some really good sizable fish. But we've seen a lot of small fish caught today, and that was kind of the story of the week. Everyone told me that they were catching a lot of fish, just not catching that size. So I think you're going to need to see that 5 or 6 pounder kicker fish to really boost you up that Pro Guide leaderboard this afternoon. So we are going to get back out on the water in just a little bit. Just a reminder, the 2025 schedule of the Alabama Bass Trail 100 was released in March. Registration for new teams does start June the 11th at 5:30 a.m. Central Standard Time. If you would like to participate in this event, limited boat field 100 boats, $100,000, and over 100% payback. Here are the dates. January the 18th, we'll be going out of Goose Pond in Scottsboro, Alabama on beautiful Lake Guntersville. Then we'll go down to Lake Point State Park there at Lake Eufaula on June the 7th. So that's a big fish factory as well. And then a lake we've never gone to on the Alabama Bass Trail, Wilson Lake. And we'll be there November the 1st of 2025. Going to be a fun time. 2 Tennessee River big fish factories. You might actually see a whole bunch of smallmouth weighed in on those 2 events. So looking forward to that. You can register at alabamabastrail100.org on June the 11th. Let's not go back to January. That was a really cold month. June the 11th, 5:30 a.m. Central Standard Time if you're interested in fishing with that. I see Jason is with another team right now, so we're going to try to get out on the water to Jason and see who he's with and if they have any fish in the boat. Jason?
All right, we got Brian Siffler and Wesley Gore passing us on this side, and just kind of checked in with them, and they said they don't really have much. We are back on our boys from this morning. Left these trucks by here for just a second. Guys, what we got now?
We got a small limit.
22 pounds?
No, I would. Only 2 pounds.
Well,
Might have 8.
y'all got the wind. I'm not necessarily got the current.
Exactly. Yeah, we're about to make another trip here.
Feels like we're at Guntersville at the moment here. Feels like we're at Guntersville for the moment here. Everybody's fishing the bridge today. Get the bridge pattern going. It's about 4 boats on this bridge. When we pulled up, like everything, they all left. So guys, y'all good today? Got the swallows flying around. Y'all have a good day, guys. Thank y'all. Bouncing around. Gotta chase them.
Yeah. I think everybody's doing the same thing.
Yeah, I think everybody left.
Everyone's running around.
Yeah. So Miss Kay, I think they all scattered, kind of like the fish today. So it's been a day of guys just kind of bouncing around trying to catch different areas. There were 3 guys here when we pulled up. And it looks like one guy's sitting down there behind them. We may catch up with them in just a second. If you give us just a second, Miss Kay, to reset, we will we'll be on them.
All right, welcome back inside the Alabama Bass Trail Live Studio here on the banks of beautiful Weiss Lake. A little over 30,000 acres that these guys have the opportunity of going through today. Looking at the trackers, very similar to what we thought. All 30 boats that we have are within probably a 3 to 5 mile area. Our guys are trying to get to as many of them as we can. You may remember Weiss Lake is famous for its crappie fishing. That season goes from about January to April, and so it's a big crappie lake. But what we've seen in the past, 2018, we had over 27 pounds of largemouth weighed in on this body of water. Traditionally, it is a Coosa spotted bass lake, but we have seen some phenomenal largemouth weighed in on this body. Really cool thing, we saw Scott Canterbury catch about a 4 1/4 spotted bass, and they live here. That quality of fish lives here on the Coosa River. We've just got to get 5 of those in order to win this tournament today. I still think you're going to see guys that are going to have that upwards of 20, 21 pounds. Could be over that. We're only covering, I think we've covered about 10 or 12 teams thus far. We've stayed on them a little bit longer just because we believe in what they're doing, and we knew when the current kicked on that the bridges and those areas could get busy. I'm right here in the canal, so I can see the current, and you are starting to see the current pick up. So we'll see if that's going to play later on in the show. But we're going to go out to Jason. He's with boat 95, and he's going to tell you who he has and what they have in the boat.
We're on boat number 95, Mike Garrett and James Garrett. Guys, you said having a tough day. You just kind of moved in here, and the other guys have kind of been in this area, bouncing around. You saw they all left as well. What's your game plan today? Just keep moving? Have y'all caught any today?
Yeah, nothing good though.
Nothing good. Big. Yeah. What was working in practice for you guys?
We just practiced today. We caught food and nothing.
Yeah.
We haven't.
Yeah.
Trying to fish grass. Apparently that's something we're doing good.
Well, I mean, Weiss Lake's got a lot of grass.
Yeah.
And you would think with this cloud cover, you know, like everybody else is saying. Yeah. Where are y'all from?
Douglasville.
Okay.
Well, Bremen, Georgia.
Do y'all fish Weiss much?
Not here.
Yeah.
Haven't been here in several years.
Yeah. It has over the years. It's definitely, Wiz K was just saying, you know, we had a team here back in the day catch 26 pounds on this lake, so. And recently it's been, you know, 18, 19 pounds, so.
We'd be good with that.
It could be y'all. It could be y'all. Y'all got plenty of time left to fish for sure. Darren, we're over here with Mike Garnett and James Garnett, boat number 95. Just struggling a little bit today, you know, kind of said they had some smaller bites. It really wasn't producing for them, so they're kind of bouncing around. Feel like they're fishing behind some other guys, which truthfully they are. We're on the bridge in Gunnersville. You know, if you're looking for us, we're gonna be up here in Gunnersville fishing the bridge. It's what it looks like if you look off in the sunset there. Darian, where are you at the moment?
You ought to tell them next time they say, I feel like we're fishing behind folks. You should say, well, actually, technically, you have been. Just see if that makes them
There's
feel
4 guys here a minute ago.
Yeah, no, we've bounced around and kind of just covered a bunch of different areas on the lake, and we're on boat number 41 right now. Tim Daly, Travis Daly, and I just shook their head and said it's been tough. So I think you've got, you know, there's a group of guys obviously that are doing really well today and catching them and really looking forward to it, and then the other guys are just didn't get on them in practice and trying to scrap together what they can. Good thing about this lake is there's a lot of good fishing water, and you can fish a bunch of different ways. You can fish offshore, fish the bank, and junk fish. So however you like to catch fish, you can certainly do it here.
Darren, would this be the point in the day where if you got one fish in the box and you've been doing the same thing all day, would you give up on that, or would you go try, you know, say, hey man, it's gonna play off later, we're just gonna stick with it? What would you do at the moment? What would you do?
Well, what I personally probably technically would probably give up. No, I mean, I think the one thing that keeps you in the game for sure is when you have so many weather changes in a day. Starts out little drizzly, picks up rain, the wind picks up like crazy. Now it's kind of laid off where we are. We're in a pocket, so it may still be windy out there, but in my experience, just weather changes throughout the day always kept me motivated that maybe that's going to change the fishing. And I mean, for me, a lot of times I just go back to my best area, right? Like right now, because it's been raining all day and it's now stopped. Feels a little different. The clouds seem like they're a little bit higher, and I'd go try the same stuff again, even just to see if there, you know, some of those fish that weren't biting earlier, or we heard that people were losing fish or whatever. I'd go back to some of the same places. And actually, we just passed Canterbury, and he was exactly in one of the same places we've seen him at earlier.
So just kind of milk through them for a minute and just see maybe if the conditions have changed, just help that fishing at all, or, you know. Maybe the fish have showed up and want to bite at this point. You know, it is definitely still windy out here. I will tell you that. Up here on this end of the lake, we're kind of past the mid-lake again. You know, the bridge runs across the lake, the highway does, and we're at the lower bridge down here right now. And the guys are still just kind of bouncing around, moving around a lot. West Logan rode through earlier, and we just hoping to get a bite. These guys are got plenty of time. This team here's got plenty of time to fish. They're in the last flight. The sun may come out by that point and really change things up. So can't give up on it. Can't wish the day away.
No, and what I noticed by looking hard, looking at the trackers, it looks like, I mean, the entire field. Obviously, we only have 30 trackers out, so we can't get a true count. But this morning, there was a lot of folks down this way, and where you're at right now, it seems like every tracker we've got is within a mile of you, or even less. Honestly, there's a lot of trackers out that way, and they're just not down here anymore. So we've actually had some luck pulling up on guys that don't have trackers that are just fishing down in this area, but.
And you look at where I am on the tracker, all those guys were there, let's say it that way. At the tracker right now, they all were there. They've all moved since because that's what happens every time I show up. Because we had Mullins and Hamner here earlier. Stifler and Gore left. So just, guys are moving so fast, sometimes it's hard for us to catch up with them. Which that says here, Weiss Lake, there's a lot of opportunities to fish. A lot of, we have a smaller field today of only 100 boats. Guys that normally fish in the North Division know that when we put 225 boats on here, they feel like sometimes when they get a spot that they know is productive, they kind of have to hunker down and hold that spot. They don't want to leave it, afraid that somebody else will fish it. Where we're only 100 boats, you can, hey, we'll come back to this spot. Let's go try another spot with a chance of that somebody may not come be on it no later, and just kind of have to fish through it and go find fish and not wait for them necessarily to come to you today.
Yep, I think you're exactly right on that one.
My guess is at this point Luke is taking a nap somewhere. It's in the green room and getting ready for weigh-in.
He's probably in hair and makeup right now.
Yeah. Probably looking for another one of those nice Magellan shirts at Academy right now. He does that every week now. He just takes off to Academy and go buys a new shirt. We did hear him say his back is hurting from carrying the show, but he's not here right now, so.
Yeah. You're getting ice on it. Hey Luke, we got people in our ears telling us that your back's hurting from carrying the whole show. So me and Jason got a little problem over here.
It is hurting. Me and Brenton, we were running the show for like, I don't know, maybe an hour with Buck and Amanda while you guys, I don't know what y'all were doing. But
it's not my fault Trey Swindle and Sammy can't catch one off a brush pile. Hey, talk to Trey Swindle about that. We gave them the whole,
and I heard that
they had as much time as they needed.
I heard Jason was up there at Decks and Docks hanging out, having lunch. That's what I heard. Word gets around on Weiss Lake. It's a small lake.
Decks and Docks. Long way from Decks and Docks.
Hey, y'all two are going to have to take over the show for a little bit. Me and Kenny are going to make a little run, and we will be back here in a minute.
Well, that's what I was just about to say. Darian and Luke will both be at Decks and Docks at lunchtime signing autographs. If you want to come by here in just up from Leesburg Landing.
I'm actually not far from it right now.
They'll be signing autographs at noon. So the man carrying the show back's hurting. He'll have to have a seat while he signs those autographs. So come hang out.
There's no doubt.
There'll be a crowd there now, watch.
There'll be a crowd. Listen, there's already a crowd there.
Yeah. There was a crowd there last night when I rode by.
Yeah, you just kind of bypassed us. You didn't come and hang out with us at all last night, Jason.
I knew better. I
don't know how to take that.
Knew better. I need my sleep.
Jason, speaking of crowds, do you feel like the lake is fishing really open today? What I mean by that is there's not just a lot of people on top of each other at all. And I know that comes with the fact that we only got 100 boats, but there's not a lot of local pressures out today either, though, from what I'm seeing.
And that's what I was saying before you came on. The guys are kind of bouncing around a lot, and we'll pull into a pocket and they'll leave, but all I got to do is turn around and somebody's coming into the pocket. So my guys are shifting around and not on top of each other, but they're, you don't have 225 boats today all throwing a spinnerbait through this section of grass right now. You only got 100, and chances of catching a fish are, to me, better today. And I think that's why we would see the weights go up a little bit, or maybe more bags have bigger weights. Less than, there's more fish to bring to the scale today. Easier, I guess, is the way to say it. Because 225 boats out here, it's easily to do.
They split them up.
It's a little bit more areas to fish when we only got this 100 here. This grass, though, I really like the way this grass looks today. And I thought that, like some of the other guys, this cloud cover would kind of hold them in there.
Hooked up. Oh.
It's really surprised. Hooked up. Oh, look. Let them have that.
It's a small fry. Small fry. We're on Mike Hood, Adam Lynn, and they've got 4 fish. They said 1 decent one and 3 dinks. They're fishing some main lake boat docks right now. Not far from decks and docks. I mean, I can almost hear the music calling me, Jason.
Can you go ahead and put my cheeseburger order in? Just holler up there.
Yeah. I'll stop by, buddy. I got you. I got you. There's a lot of rotating water going on today among all the anglers. You're right. We were in an area covering Chris Card and Will Shellyak, and they just beat this grass to a pulp, fishing slow, picking it apart, and didn't really catch any while we were there. They left. We were idling out, looking at the tracker, trying to figure out, who we're fixing to cover next. And here comes Wesley Gore, Brian Stifler, just on 100 to fish the exact same stretch, So there's definitely a lot of that going on. This lake's not that big, but it does have, from what we've seen, a lot of productive areas, though, right? I mean, we're seeing fish get caught from one end of it to the other today.
Well, as we look at our Facebook comments coming in right here, I feel like that, I don't know who this Chad guy is, but he's showing you some love today, and he's asking you probably to do a show at Decks and Docks. We do that at the Classic. Why couldn't you done this here?
Well, you know what? All they got to do is ask, buddy. That's all they got to do. The fat rascals can be booked for a show.
We got 2 of them here today, so it wouldn't have been hard last night.
2 of the fat rascals are here?
Semi-fat rascals. 2 fat rascals.
Yeah. A quarter of the rascals could have been here.
These guys here, this looks really fishy in here. We've got big trees kind of hanging down, got the grass mixed in there. If there would have been a shad spawn today, probably would have been blowing up right here.
I honestly thought we would see a little bit of a shad spawn still, because these nights have been a little cooler. I mean, we at home, which you and I are several hours from here to the north, northwest a little bit, but it's been in the 50s a few nights this week, and I know on Pickwick and Wilson and Wheeler there still have been a little bit. I've been hearing this week still shad spawn going on, so kind of surprised that we haven't, didn't see some anglers focusing on that this morning.
And it would have been a good day for it with the low light conditions we had. It would have really been a much longer bite too. That could have really been productive for the guys. Wes Logan said, though, somebody's catching them. He said You know, based on they probably caught 20 fish today. It said, you know, just based on how easy it was to catch smaller fish this morning. He said, I just cast around an isolated stick and you know there's a fish there, and there was. He said, so somebody caught them early just based on his prediction of how easy it was to catch them, how productive they were. He just wasn't around the right fish.
He and his dad, when we spent a little bit of time with them, I mean, they were catching fish. I mean, we saw them catch several, and that's not been the problem today on most teams we've pulled up on. But that size is always the deal, for sure. But I bet somebody is smashing them somewhere shallow. That's what I'm feeling like is going to be the deal today. Like you said, you're liking that grass. Every time I get one of those grass beds, I get to jonesing wanting to throw a swim jig.
I know.
It's hard to watch. It all looks so good.
I got hung up here. We had to make a run to the bank to get it. The guys are throwing spinner baits over here. The wind is enough for it.
We
The
definitely
willow
got
leaf
some
blade.
wind.
That's a tiny spinner
And
bait.
the wind does seem to be picking
it looks
up.
big
too.
profile. Yeah, it's coming your way. It's really blowing up here hard on the north side of the highway. So these guys are fishing for a $100,000 payout today. That's 25 to first place. That's a big deal.
It could be even more if they're in the right boat. They're in that official
the
boat
right
of the
boat.
Alabama Bass Trail, one of those birds.
Yeah.
But all sorts of
Been
contingency
very
money.
consistent. Oh yeah. Been very consistent on the ABT this year is the Phoenix winners. I mean, there's been a really good group of them winning. I mean, what would it be like to just say, you know, I'm gonna go work today and bring home $25,000. Way back. And I'm gonna be fishing while I do it. That'd be pretty cool.
If you can guarantee it, that's a pretty good day.
Oh, if you can guarantee it, I'd go every day. But somebody's gonna do it today. That's the crazy part.
Somebody's gonna do it, man. Now, these 100s are a special deal. I love the fact that we've got the mix of pros and all of our regular hammers that we see in the ABT North and the ABT South.
Yeah, and guys always say all the time, you know, I want to compete against the big boys. I want to see how good I am and test my competition level. And you know, week in and week out on the ABT, it is those guys really competitive, do really well, and a lot of them, as we see in this tournament here, you know, those guys move on to the next level. The Justin Hamners move on to the next level and do really well. You know, your Justin Atkins guys, those guys have all won the big one, and you know that's really important to see those guys coming from Alabama Bass Trail, and just says so much to how competitive these guys are. You know, we say today that, you know, these guys are pros fishing with amateurs, but you know, you almost call them ABT pros because they're just that good week in and week out, and team fishing is so competitive in Alabama.
Well, and for every Elite Series and Major League Fishing pros that the Alabama Bass Trail has kicked out, there are that many more either trying to get there that will make it, can make it, or that many more that could and just choose not to. That's the thing that you got to keep in mind.
Yeah. As we roll it down our list of them today, you know, you see ABT, you know, won this, won that, and then, you know, Elite Series angler, MLF angler. Guys do have this whole area to themselves. I'm kind of surprised we did not catch a fish down that stretch of grass right there. I don't know why. There's a crane in the back there, so you know there's some bait fish in here. He's catching them. Look, he just caught one. He's gonna fly off. He had a good lunch. He's like, I caught one. I'm gonna see you guys.
His work here is done.
Luke, I don't know if we kind of broke down the Weiss Lake stats earlier this morning. I don't know if we did. We'll just do it again. It's a pretty big lake. I mean, it's 30,200 acres. There's 447 miles of shoreline. That's a lot. And then it's 52 miles long. Full pool, it's 564 feet. So lots of fishable water today. These guys breaking it down well. We've seen some teams catching them this morning. I do see some teams with a limit already that's on their way to that 18 pounds plus that we're expecting today. Will be interesting to see. I guess, Luke, the real question is, I mean, I know we don't have this is not a South event, so chances of seeing Little Dicky today is pretty rare, but the dogs come out to the weigh-in, you know, when it rains?
You know, we can only hope. We can only hope, but shout out to Little Dicky if he's at home watching. We missed him at the Alabama River. We hope he makes another appearance at Eufaula to end the season in the ABT South. And for those of you at home that don't know what Jason and I are talking about, Little Dicky is the official Dotson of the Alabama Bass Trail, the Mountain Dew Big Dotson of the year, weighed in 16 pounds at Logan Martin. Heck of a Dotson.
Has any other tournament organization weighed in a Dotson?
Oh, I doubt it.
I don't know.
I doubt it. Yeah. We tend to set trends around here. I'm sure next year there'll be all kind of tournament trails weighing in Dotsons, Jason.
Yeah,
they'll be weighing in all kinds of dogs next year. No doubt about it. You know, and then the internet chatter will be, we got to ban Dotsons. That's, I mean,
that'll be next.
Folks on Facebook are going to be tore up.
No more Dotsons.
That's going to be next, you know. Yeah, it's a slippery slope.
Really, you know, it's popular for a
First
second.
it's Dachshunds, and next it's golden retrievers, and yeah, it's just, yeah. Somebody brings a Great Dane, and it's just all the fun's over. You know, it's just.
Yeah. I mean, you start out with one dog, and all of a sudden you look around, you got 5 dogs all around you. You know, what do you do?
Yep.
That was a good day, though. I mean, that was a monumental. I'm glad I was there to eyewitness that.
Listen, I just had a lot of really fun experiences in my life. I've been blessed to do a lot of cool things, and meeting Little Dickie was really the highlight of all of it, to be honest. No offense to my kids, you know, they're great, but Little Dickie is just the man. Little Dickie's the man.
Yeah. Everybody kind of marks down, you know, my kid's birth, you know, you got Little Dickie and my kid's birth.
Yeah.
And those are big things.
It was weighing in Little Dickie was my moment. And I gotta feel like that was Little Dickie's moment also.
Oh,
you can
yes,
find it on my social
his
media.
shining moment.
Yeah, he was strutting, man.
Yeah.
So if you're watching at home and you're coming out to Leesburg Landing, bring your dogs. Bring them out. You never know what might happen. Make them a star.
Yeah.
I think Miss Kay's got her dog. I think Wrigley's joining us this. Wrigley may take the weigh-in stage this afternoon. Yeah.
Yeah, put him on the scale.
Shout out Riggs.
Good.
The folks at home can't hear what Miss Kay's saying to us right now.
Yeah.
We're probably not going to get to weigh in Wrigley, it sounds like.
I'm glad that there's not a, you know, a live feed of what happens in our ears, you know.
Oh, yeah,
take
me
a whole
too.
Other, yeah, that's a
Or our
pay-per-view
group
version,
text,
you know.
yeah.
Yeah, pay-per-view for that.
Patreon.
You know, if you want to join that.
Patreon, yeah.
Yeah, Patreon, yeah.
You know, Jason, one of the teams that we've heard so much from today, Darian spent a lot of time with them, and actually they're staying right there where we all stayed last night. And Sam George, Trey Swindle, and they had a great practice. We just saw them come back up into the actual main part of Weiss. They've been down in the lower lake. Now they're back up here, and this is really where they said their quote juice was. You know, they're fishing a lot of brush. They've swam a jig this morning in the grass, but they've got some brush pile fish dialed in, and they cracked them yesterday, man, and found a lot of fish. They didn't set the hook many times yesterday, but when they did, it was a big one. And be interesting to see what they do the rest of the day also. But I just noticed them run back by up here, so might try to get an update with them before we end live here shortly.
So they probably went to check an area that, you know, was probably pretty good in practice, and then said, you know what, let's go back to that and see what we got. And that's the good thing about we were just saying a minute ago. Chances of another boat getting on their spot today is less than half, or more than half the chance. You know, so
that's right.
Not going to be not a crowded opportunity.
And they caught a couple nice fish. Sounds like this morning. I was listening to Darian there while he was covering them, and they caught a couple nice fish early fishing grass. They didn't even do that yesterday. They committed, you know, most of their practice just to offshore fishing. That was just, Trey has a lot of experience here, and so they were going to start like that. So that's really a bonus. You know, if they put it together with what they started with this morning, they can be in contention this afternoon. I know they were super confident last night, which Sam was joking at dinner. He said, normally that means I'm going to have 3 for about 7 when I'm this confident. So they've already surpassed that, it sounds like. So he at least passed that mark.
Kind of working down the bank here. We may be able to catch up with them as well. They'll keep fishing our way. I feel like this team is going to catch one at any second. Their odds are for them right now.
Jason, I think we're fixing to make a little short move.
Okay. Yeah, take a jump and
to close out
make
the
a
day.
move, and we'll stay here and hang out with the folks because we got another team right around the corner. So when you get a move, we'll get the move after you. So,
all right, we will.
We'll be right here. ABT 100, Weiss Lake. Did see a little bit of activity around those laydowns right there. And those guys were fishing back in that corner. There's some more activity right out in front of them there. Boat dock here. It kind of breaks up the terrain a little bit, gives the fish something to kind of concentrate on. We got this whole pocket. There's only 3 little stretches of little boat docks right here. Hung up though. These guys are going to make their move. I do have a team just a couple docks up here that I will be able to probably get on. So we'll watch them kind of pull out to another area, and then trolling motors up. They're going to make a move. Another boat. That's the field right here. So well, as I move over to this next boat here, y'all take just a quick break. We're going to be back, and we're going to jump into the Bush Light Roundup where we take a moment and see what all of us have seen around the lake today. So from the ABT 100 stop number 2 from Weiss Lake, we'll be right back after this break.
This live coverage of the Alabama Bass Trail 100 Series has been presented by AmFirst Credit Union and is sponsored by Phoenix Boats, Landers McClarty Chevrolet, McGraw-Webb Chevrolet, Jax, Garmin, Rapala, VMC, Crush City, Pro Guide Batteries, Mountain Dew, TH Marine, American Baitworks, and Sweet Home Alabama. The Alabama Bass Trail 100 Series is brought to you by Phoenix Boats, Landers McClarty Chevrolet, McGraw-Webb Chevrolet, and by Academy Sports and Outdoors.
At Phoenix Boats, our passion for fishing is obvious. Whether it's a pro event or fishing with our family and friends,
We truly love the sport of fishing.
that's why our goal is to make every single Phoenix boat that goes out the door the best fishing platform it can be in both design and construction.
We love to fish as much as anyone, and we believe it shows in every boat we build.
Phoenix Boats, built by anglers for anglers.
Here at Landers McClarty Chevrolet, it's time to pick your offer on a new Chevy Silverado 1500. That's right, pick the offer that's best for you. Choose rates as low as 2.9% for 72 months, or how about up to $12,000 off all Silverados? They have the best selection in years with over 500 pre-owned vehicles available. Big store, big on savings, and big on customer service. Visit LandersMcClartyChevrolet.com.
Welcome to Minnow King. How can I help you?
Everything looks good. I'm friggin' starving, man. Been spawning all morning.
Ugh, TMI, bro. What do you want?
I'll take a Crush City freeloader and gizzard shad.
Anything to drink.
Water.
Pull ahead, please. Welcome to Minnow King.
We're gonna have what he's had. Yeah, throw me in a Ned BLT, too.
Pull ahead, please.
Calm down. Quit feeding him so much.
Hey, man, I'm trying to, man.
If you overfeed him, he's gonna hide under a log.
The perfect checking account doesn't exist. Not at a bank, that is. So why do you keep looking there? At AmFirst, you can get no minimum balance or monthly fees, an instant issue debit card, and free checks with unlimited check writing. But who doesn't want more? Like a rewards program you'll actually use, and convenient digital tools that make it easy to manage your account from anywhere. Now you could try and find that at a bank, or you could save yourself the trouble by checking with us.
Stetson Blaylock, Todd Auten, Head Terry, let's go!
Garmin Live Scope, I tell you right now, if you don't have it, you are behind. It's just wild. It's like a video game.
If you do not have that Garmin Live Scope, you are definitely missing out.
Bassmaster Classic Champion!
Hey, Mama.
Hey, baby, how you doing today? We're a big old Southern family here, so we know how to cook. We're doing chicken sandwiches the Southern way. There's our new blackened chicken sandwich, grilled fresh with a bold blend of spices, smothered cheesy bacon, and classic Southern fried. These make Mama proud, so bring your family
So good.
to meet our family. Blackened, cheesy bacon, or classic. Try your favorite chicken sandwich today. I'm Mary Bonner, and I'm all about the South.
Alabama Bass Trail 100 brought to you at beautiful Weiss Lake. I mean, it's a little cloudy today, and that's something today that has definitely made some changes for the guys. Earlier in the week, we had some high pressure. We didn't really have a lot of rain this week. They had rain last weekend that really produced well in the tournament. So today, we're hoping for the same thing with this cloud cover and the rain. We're hoping that these guys are able to get some bites. I know we've seen some things this morning, and that's what we're going to do in this segment here called the Bush Light Breakdown. We're going to break down the lake and look at all the different areas that we were able to see this morning. We started out this morning first thing on former ABT angler and Bassmaster Classic champion Justin Hamner. He was fishing the bridge this morning, just not this bridge, but just a bridge on the other side there. And what they were really looking for in that area is we're hoping for current. The current was supposed to come on at about 5 o'clock this morning, which would have pushed a lot of current down through this system here. And really, we didn't see that current show up. He didn't either. You know, we thought all week long they were running current. We thought today that they would be able to get that current down there, and it really didn't turn on for them. We stopped on a couple other teams that are in that area as well. We then made a run up river. The current wasn't there, so we kind of bounced around. We did catch up with Wes Logan, who so far has probably the biggest weight that we have so far pushing about 13 pounds. So that's the team so far that is our leader of the day. Now that is not really an official leader because we didn't catch up with every one of our 100 teams today. What we did see though is a lot of teams are struggling. A lot of teams are having to mix it up. They're moving around a lot. So the teams that you see out deep fishing are saying that the guys up in the grass are probably catching them. These guys up in the grass are saying the guys out deep are catching them. And the truth is at this point, both teams are catching them, they're just not catching that size. We've seen some teams catch over 20 fish today, but they're all small. You know, what we're looking for today is we're looking for 3-pound plus spotted bass, and then we're looking for those big 4- and 5-pound largemouth bass. Hoping for a weight over 18 pounds today. Some guys are saying that they'll even push them up to 23 pounds. Coming in at weigh-in this afternoon at 2:30, you're definitely going to see who wins it and what they do to get there. You know, and Luke, you've had a whole section of the lake that you've broke down today. Tell us a little bit about what you've seen.
Well, Jason, we've been bobbing and weaving everywhere from Yellow Creek to the Little River and back down here to the canal and then back up that way chasing some of our teams around, and we've seen a lot of shallow grass getting covered, a lot of docks getting fished for sure, and a lot of fish catches. We've just not seen the size that it's going to take to win that $25,000 this afternoon, but I still think there's so much time left. This wind's really starting to kick up. You've got these low light conditions that are really going to carry through all day long. I really think somebody will bust a big bag shallow. We've got way too many fantastic shallow water hammers in this field that are familiar with this lake and know those right stretches of grass, right stretches of docks to get on, like a Scott Canterbury, like a Wes Logan, and countless other locals that are in this event. So I think that we still are going to see a big bag. And really the X factor though is something like we saw Sam George and Trey Swindle doing, which is fishing some of that offshore brush. You don't typically think about a cloudy, rainy, windy day being fantastic for brush piles. And we've seen several anglers trying to make that happen today. So they had successful practices with that bright sunshine around that brush, but will that play today? It'll be interesting when these 100 teams come across the stage at Leesburg Landing this afternoon to hear kind of how it all ended up shaking out. But fantastic day alive, man. I had a great time. Even though we had to break out the rain suit a little bit today for the first time in a couple of events, which is rare at the ABT. We've actually had Chamber of Commerce weather the last couple of Alabama Bass Trails, but certainly a great day on the water, and I look forward to seeing everybody at Leesburg Landing this afternoon starting at 2:30. Miss Kay, wrap this thing up.
I'm not sure where Luke got that we'd had Chamber of Commerce weather the last few events. He was not at Neely Henry when a gully washer came through, and we didn't have a dry stitch clothes on any of us when we left that event. But this is Weiss Lake. This is the ABT 100. $100,000 is going to be paid out at this body of water this afternoon. Teams we didn't see: Bradley Jones, Brooks Goza, Damian Willis, Mark Stewart. We didn't see them. They reported they had between 9 and 10 pounds, so that probably means 11 or 12. But we didn't get to see Bradley Jones, Brooks Goza. We did not get to see Brandon Wright. He won the event here on Monday. We asked him to share his location with us. He's either in an area where he didn't get our text or he hasn't checked his phone. But we will see all of them weigh in right here at Leesburg Landing. Again, a huge shout out to the Chamber of Commerce for having us. Thank you to the town of Leesburg, Mr. Randy Pierce, the mayor, and all the surrounding towns here in Cherokee County for having us this week. We appreciate it. Our guys have been here, a lot of them since Tuesday, practicing, and they've enjoyed your town. Y'all come back about 2:30 this afternoon. Mr. Luke Duncan will be on the stage handling all of the MC, jobs that he has to do. Weighing in a bunch of fish, maybe a couple dogs, you just never know with us. But we'd love to have you back here at 2:30 this afternoon on AlabamaBassTrail100.org, or check us out on our YouTube channel at Alabama Bass Trail TV. You guys have a blessed day.
Live coverage of the Alabama Bass Trail 100 Series is presented by AmFirst Credit Union and sponsored by Phoenix Boats, Landers McClarty Chevrolet, McGraw-Webb Chevrolet, Jax, Garmin, Rapala, VMC, Crush City, Pro Guide Batteries, Mountain Dew, American Bait Works, TH Marine, and FishAlabama.org.